A warm good morning to one and all present over here. Myself, Dr. Rosalind Patnaik, Assistant Professor from Department of Zoology, College of Basic Science and Humanities, Odisha University of Agriculture and Technology, welcome you all in this two-day national seminar on sustainable development and women empowerment. In this two-day technical session, the second day of this technical session 5, I welcome Dr. Kumar Panigrahi sir, Director Quality Assurance Cell, KIT, deemed to be University. Dr. Kumar Panigrahi received BSc Engineering degree in Electrical Engineering from Sambalpur University in the year 1990. ME degree from VS UET University in 1998 and PhD Engineering degree from Jadavpur University in 2007. At present, he is working in the capacity of Professor, School of Electrical Engineering, KIT University, and also he has been functioning as Director, Quality Assurance from 2020. Professor Panigrahi's research expertise lies in the field of power system, renewable energy, and smart grid. He has supervised 18 PhD scholars, 68 MTech scholars till date. He has published 117 research articles in reference journal presented, that means in the International Journal of Repute. He has been involved actively in the extension activities like IEEE, distinguished lecture, the workshop, technical seminar, technical events like quiz, project expo, research expo, exhibition of different societies under IEE Bhubaneswar subsections. He has received senior IEE member from IEE in 2020. Professor Panigrahi has won many accolades throughout his academic tenure of 31 years, like Outstanding Scientist Award in the year 2020, VD's Good Professional Association Award, Best Teacher Award in 2015, Evergreen Forum Award, Best Staff Award in 2014 KIT, then Rashtriya Gaurav Award in 2012, International Friendship Society, New Delhi for the research and social work, and Excellence Award in the year 2012. All India's Small and Medium Newspaper Federation, New Delhi, and Odisha State Unit Convocation for Social Work, Excellent Service Award in the 2010. Ministry of Youth and Sports, Government of India. Then currently, he is the chair for IEE Kolkata section, Industrial Electronics Society chapter, Bhubaneswar, and IEE Kolkata section, Consumer Technology Society chapter, Bhubaneswar as well. He is a senior member of IEE. He is a fellow of Institution of Engineers, life member for the Indian Society for the Technical Education, ISTE, fellow life member for the Indian Society of Lighting Engineers, ISLE, life member of ACSI, member of IET, and member of Indian Science Congress, ISC. He has visited academics and research lab at Sheffield University, London, Kingston University, London, Newcastle University, London, and BMW Workshop, London in 2018, and University of Zurich, UZH, German in 2017 for collaborative research work. Now, I welcome Professor Panigrahi sir to preside over the session, technical session 5.
So, very good morning, one and all present here. Thank you, madam, for a nice introduction. So, at the outset, I enjoyed when Kajal madam has rang me just 10 days before that you are that is a golden opportunity. I should avail because it is a beautiful platform where the researchers, academicians and very professionals joining. Today, it is my great privilege to have the session chairing the session, and very eminent professors, academicians, two members are there. First, I do welcome Dr. Ravi Bhatia sir, Padma Shri, CEO Ulimax Energy Private Limited, and TAC from ISMU Dhanbad, PhD from IIT Kharagpur, and a distinguished fellow Continental Who's Who USA. And I have seen sir biography. It's a more values for the present researchers, how Ravi Bhatia sir has come to this position, and also so many recognition in his credential. Dr. Bhatia is a reputed personality in the energy sector, which is a very, very vibrant and also now very unique platform where the young researchers, particularly engineering professionals, interdisciplinary research are coming in terms of energy, renewable energy. Previously speaker I have listening about the hydrogen fuel, hydrogen plant, these are the things where the lots of things can be made. Let us welcome Ravi Bhatia sir. So please sir. So with this I request Bhatia sir, please start this session.
Do you have a mic?
Madam, can I sit there so that I can see? I'll sit there. Sir, I'll
No problem.
I want to see.
Yeah, sure.
I want to enjoy you.
No problem.
Please.
Good morning, all of you. It is indeed a great pleasure that I am standing here today to address in the prestigious Science Congress on a very contemporary topic which is confronting not only to us but to the entire humanity. Energy has been the elixir of life from the Stone Age to the current age. We are driving the electric vehicles, and probably hydrogen is going to take place and replace some of these conventional fuels for betterment of life. And in this journey, woman has been associated intricately in different magnitude from the beginning. And today, during my presentation, I'll try to portray some of these pictures which will energize not only you, but probably make some milestone contributions by some of you if you are in this field of research or any related field of research. If I say you that you are connected or not connected to energy, the electricity was not invented by the candle makers. So anybody can be the inventor if you have the right kind of ingredients in it. With this, let me get into the topic energy transition, energizing women. Yes. Oh, can I put the slide from here? What is this? This one.
This one, sir.
Energy, I have tried to coin energy in a very passionate way of mine. Essential need for economic rise and growth yield, that is energy. The outline of my presentation will be the cycle of energy, energy transition dynamics, women in energy context, global challenges, and the energy future for New India. If we try to understand the entire energy gamut of the world, the first cycle of energy started from the wood fire, which was also translated to cow dung and hydropower. That was the initial stage of our energy, and that is coined as cycle 1. If I take cycle 2, the biofuel, that is oil, gas, coal and biomass, they have replaced some of those earlier cycles. And that cycle is still continuing and it's sustained for quite long. The cycle 3 had taken place with the nuclear progression, the renewable in terms of solar, wind, biofuel and geothermal. The fourth cycle, which is heading to us today and probably will be the energy for tomorrow, is electric vehicles and the hydrogen. Friends, the journey of energy from the primitive wood fire age to the electric vehicles with lithium-ion batteries and the ultimate green fuel hydrogen is indeed fascinating. If you see the energy dynamics of the transition, the global energy sector shifts from one cycle to the other. This is an ongoing process, but the process is not very abrupt, it's gradual. The energy journey and jumping from one cycle to the other takes some time, as because it takes shape and takes the total society into consideration. If you see the energy consumption per capita, the growth index, India features close to the bottom of the social progress index with around 2.5 liters of oil per day consumption. The consumption of energy is directly proportional to the growth of the nation and the society. So imagine what is the vast potential lying with us and the middle class population of India, which is housing about 1.2 billion, 3 billion population, more than 1/6 of the total world population. If the 20% middle class, which can afford to a better sustainable energy cycle, this energy index has to go up. And where from this energy will come? We have ingested some of these fossil fuels because they are limited. So we have to go to the energy sources which are unlimited. So that should be the approach. And that unlimited energy has to be affordable and sustainable to the society. How do you do that? Wood has been considered the humankind's very fast source of energy. Sun is the ultimate source of energy, provided heat and light during the day, and people rose and slept with the light. So that was the journey where from it started. Then slowly it went to the biomass. Biomass is nothing but the materials from the plant, wood and the waste. Then the hydroenergy. Hydroenergy consists of the dams and the waterfalls from where the energy, the primitive energy sources was really driving at. And hydropower installed capacity in India is 50.5 gigawatt, which is less than 4% of the total global capacity. When we come to coal, the cycle 2, coal remains today India's primary energy source and constitutes around 37% of the total energy basket. And that usage of coal is still there in steel, cement production and commercial heating. Coal reserves of India is about 9% of the world reserve, which ranks 5th globally. But that is too meager for our total energy need of this nation, as because the nation is growing and coal is not a very clean fuel. It has a lot of ingredients which is not very harmonious for the society. Then comes to the oil and gas. The world witnessed the modern oil industry with the drilling of 69.5 feet deep well in Pennsylvania. 7 years later, we came and discovered in Digboi in Assam. So that was the journey, and people say that the oil was discovered by the leg of the elephant through the Britishers. I will not get into the story, but that was the tantalizing story and the exciting story of oil and gas. It was found in the jungles and by the elephant who dug the leg into the mud, and that mud seepage was oozing with oil. And from there the research started. Approximately 31% of the primary energy sources, both oil and gas, are currently in India, but that source is limited, and most of the oil, primitive oil, was not very conducive for the society. And that's why we are shifting slowly to the gas-based rather than oil plus gas. Then the solar. I will give you some of these salient points of the solar and some general knowledge for all of you. This is the Tower of Power. It's in California. That is the biggest world's solar plant, 392 megawatt, and this looks like this. Around millions of, lens, the mirrors, they have been perfectly organized in such a way that they get the maximum rays from the sun, and the reflected sun rays produce this. This is in the California. The world first airport, fortunately, completely run on solar power is in India. That is in Cochin International Airport, 2017 it was started. Indian first ever solar boat in the backwater of Kochi is also the first one, which was launched at 2016. The major city of China, Jinan, opened a kilometer-long stretch of solar expressway. So these are some of these developments in the solar. But solar development is getting constructed with the commercial viability everywhere. The best part of the solar, it is available to us throughout the day and probably most part of the year. And that's why not only that could be generated when the sun is shining, but even if the sun is not shining, it can be stored. And when this planet is not getting the sun, some other planet, part of the other planet is getting the sun. So this is a continuous process. Wind was the second largest renewable energy source worldwide after hydropower for power generation. We have not got so much into the wind application in India as because there are a lot of constraints, both logistically and geographically. We are a little cyclone prone where the wind are really favorable, and that's why these models were not very sustainable in most of our Indian conditions. Nuclear. Nuclear power is the use of nuclear reactions to produce electricity. So a lot of experiments have taken place. In addition to the research, reactors are used for the production of medical, industrial isotopes as well as for training. But the problem is, nuclear sources are becoming strategically, connected to the country, and it's not available for the nuclear energy in plenty due to its strategic nature and some of the security correspondence. So, the biofuel the fodder becomes fuel is biofuel. The India's first biofuel power plant, which was at the set up at Dehradun, and it was landed in Delhi on 27th August. That was the Spice Jet, which the first plane for the biofuel. And after that, probably biofuel has not gone much. That was the first experiment, and it took perfectly. But this is so expensive as compared to the other conventional fuel which we are getting. So this was not considered to be one of the real fuel of companion to us. So geothermal, it is derived from the heat that comes from the surface of the earth. The geothermal energy has not taken off like other renewables. More than a century after humans started using earth's hot water and the steam, the hot water springs were the source of this geothermal energy, and the earth has a lot of energy in itself due to the temperature gradient which is prevalent everywhere. But this geothermal provides only less than 1% of the global electricity due to the complexity of its occurrence and production. International front, the electric vehicles, 637,000 light duty passengers electric vehicles registered in Europe. In domestic front, as of 2015 end, about 6,000 electric vehicles were registered in India. India has faster adoption and manufacturing of electric vehicles. In 2007, Uber and Mahindra joined in hands, in which 200 Mahindra electric vehicles will be allotted to Uber. Gensen Mobility launched India's first electric vehicle taxi, that is the Blue Smart in Delhi NCR, on 15th of January 2019. So this is coming up really in a good way. The hydrogen energy, which previous speaker has already told, but hydrogen is probably going to be the ultimate green fuel of the world. The development of hydrogen fuel started long back in 1973, but not in the current format. It can be used in cars, houses, transportation and electricity generation applications, and low cost and highly efficient hydrogen applications warrant a price difference. And clean hydrogen is touted as the future fuel for all our requirements, and some of the country, they are planning for achieving the carbon neutral energy by 2030, and India is also planning to achieve a zero carbon by 2070. So while this is in card, we have to get into the scene, how women are connected to this energy. I told you the cycles and the energy transition which the world has witnessed. Let us see how women have been connected to this energy story. Empowering women is irrefutable. Starting from the Stone Age, when the ladies were cooking through the wood or the cow dung, they have been continuously associated with the energy story, but in different magnitude. The women empowerment now in the European countries, especially in the fuel forms of hydrogen, is totally manned by ladies. This is a beautiful step to empower the ladies, which is in a friendly environment, and to promote the hydrogen fuel. Not only hydrogen fuel, but a clean society requires hydrogen fuel, and ladies are coming to energize that as the front runner. The number of jobs in the solar increased from 10.3 million to 29 million, and now the sector offers diverse opportunity along the value chain. share of women in the renewable energy workforce has increased to 32% from 22% in the fossil fuel sector also, which is considered logistically very difficult and challenging. So the association of women is really increasing, but probably it is not uniform geographically everywhere. We need to really empower the women, those who are capable, skilled and trained. And because most of the energy cycle which I have explained to you, they require a lot of R&D and back office support, and not in the operational side always. So there the role of the women are going to be very, very critical. The women in energy sector, it's critically important to ensure that women's contributions, their skill and views represent an integral part of the growing industry. A woman is the full circle. Within her is the power to create, nurture and transform. So we cannot really forget, if we have to build a modern India, women have to be part of it. And for building the modern India, you need energy, and energizing that, you need women. Policy reforms. Perception of gender roles are seen as the most important barrier to entry into this sector. The perception, the mindset. Cultural and social norms influence many of the fundamental decisions people make. But better access to education and training, creating networks and supporting the mentorship is the need of the hour. Work-life balance, such as work from home, flexi time, compressed working hours, part-time working, staggered hours, annualized hours, are some of the schemes some of these big industrial houses and the companies have started elsewhere. And during COVID time, we have seen everybody had to work like this. So, in a normal situation, if women can work like this, it will be a very, very good and conducive thing. So, the gender difference is not going to prohibit the improvement in our quality and involvement of the entire society. If you see in the energy sector, these are the leaders. ONGC is headed by one lady, the BPRL is headed by one lady, then there are many others, and the entire energy sector is now getting vibrant with a lot of women directors. And that's why if you want to really make a change, waiting doesn't make the mountain smaller. Your quota of time is limited. We all have to think together. It's not the government or the society. It is inclusive thinking, and it needs a perception change and a mental barrier change, especially in India, which has started happening, but it is not happened the way the other parts of the world have witnessed. Biggest threat to life on earth is the global warming. Global warming, why it is the biggest threat? The increase in the temperature gradient, if it happens by 1 degree, we will achieve something, we will reach somewhere which is so dangerous for the entire humankind. So if we want to really get the carbon footprint less, or we have to get into the zero carbon, the India's total greenhouse gas emissions were about 3.3 billion tons in 2018, and it is going to be 4 billion tons per year by 2030. India is the 4th largest emitter of global greenhouse gas, and India is the 3rd largest emitter of carbon dioxide after China and US. Thus, between 2018 and 30, India could be emitting between 35 to 40 billion tons at the current rate if it grows. Cutting 1 billion tons would therefore represent reduction of 2.5 to 3% in its absolute emission. So with this rapidly growing population and economy heavily dependent on coal and oil, its ambitions are on a steep upward trajectory. So what do we do? When the wind blows, some people build walls, others build windmills. We have to now find the solutions. What are those? The solutions are, future ahead is the net zero solution. How do we achieve that? Net zero refers to a balance where emissions of greenhouse gases are offset by the absorption of an equivalent amount from the atmosphere. Experts see net zero targets as a critical measure to successfully tackle climate change and its devastating consequences. India has taken the pledge. The country economy will become carbon neutral by the year 2070, where China has taken the pledge that it will become carbon neutral by 2060. United States will become by 2050. Energy mix of new India thus will be, India will increase its non-fossil energy capacity to 500 gigawatt by 2030. India will meet 50% of its energy requirement from renewable energy. By reducing the fossil fuel use, India will reduce the total projected carbon emission to by 1 million from now to 2030. And that's how it is projected that by 2070, by changing this dynamics of energy mix, we could achieve the target of carbon zero. Friends, the new India will get hydrogen as the ultimate fuel, and Vision India is also for renewable. And the renewable, in last 4 years, government has invested over 40 billion in greenhouse energy space, and that is the power of renewable energy sector, and the hydrogen together will take the story upward. The Vision India on the electric vehicles, you might be knowing some of these, but government is also aiming to transform India into a global hub for electrical vehicles manufacturing. High upfront cost per price of electric vehicles, lack of charging infrastructures are the major hurdles which the country is trying to overcome. And now there are some very good solutions, modular solutions are coming for the charging and the duration of the charge which remains with the automobiles. Ideas are nobody's monopoly, I told you in the beginning. And do not follow where the path may lead. Go instead where there is no path and you have a trail. You all the youngsters, I have this small message for you. Never think that, all the ideas are exhausted, somebody has thought it before, I have to follow. You yourself have a spark of your life. You have to create one story of yours. In your entire lifetime, if you get one or two sparks which gives you the X factor from the ordinary, you become the extraordinary there. So get into there, and this I have seen. The electric light was not invented by the candle makers. Skill matters more than the degrees. That was the message to all of you. What a beautiful earth we have been endowed with. We cannot just destroy it by polluting carbon dioxide into it, which is not only dangerous for us, but for our future generations. We have to, it is up to us to enhance its splendor with our knowledge in many ways, to create the road for challenge, and face them for success. Aiming to improve the quality of people's life on the earth, you have to energize women and produce the energy which are friendly to the society. Thank you and God bless you. No, it's okay. I'll go down.
So for last 30 to 40 minutes, we all enjoyed the talk of Professor Ravi Bhatia sir. Indeed, it is the whatever talk you have delivered within a very limited time. Indeed, sir, you have connected all the audience. Particularly, all the slides I enjoyed because this is a
Thank you very much.
this is the energy. I am from electrical background. Whatever trends, recent trends, cutting edge technology, you have very short notice at a nutshell, starting from cow dung fuel and ending with the hydrogen fuel and also electric vehicle charging infrastructure. Very nicely, sir, you have connected all the audience, particularly the young researchers who are sitting. Please have a big hand for this, sir. Sir, we are very honored to get you in this very good platform. Madam and your organizing team, excellent. You have invited right people, right time, and during COVID-19 pandemic also, it is a great refresh in your mind.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Okay. So it is a token of love, sir, from KIT organizing committee.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
So, sir is there. If any query, Madam Malad is also there within very limited time. We say any question, anything in your mind, because sir is the right person to make you very good input in terms of research.
Thank you, sir.
So, coming to next speaker. So, I do welcome, particularly all the audience, because your presence is highly required for this type of session. You, the people are learning. It is a good platform. So, next speaker is Dr. Chandrasekhar Mahanti, currently Senior Principal Scientist and Head, Plant Genetic. Plant Genetic Resources and Improvement Division of CSIR National Botanical Research Institute, Lucknow. He has more than 20 years of research experience in various fields of cutting-edge plant science research. It is a very good research area. Plant science, means botany. He has more than 70 research papers in peer-reviewed international journal. He also been associated in the different types of report journals as an editor, editorial board, like a Journal of Plant Genetic Resources, Current Genomics, Vegetos. As a member, he was involved in formulating guidelines. Lots of good things are in his credentials. Sir will talk on mainstreaming underutilized crops for providing household food and economic security. I repeat the title, mainstreaming underutilized crops for providing household food and economic security. So it is I think it is lots of things are there. We have to, it is a very good title you have chosen, sir. It is a very good. Please, I request all the audience, particularly young minds, please take a very small point and think for the research. Thank you. With this, I do welcome Professor Chandrasekhar Mahanti to deliver the talk.
Thank you, sir, for your introduction. So, I nicely enjoyed the session. Before me, the speakers, they told about the energy sector, particularly the green energy, hydrogen energy. It is quite interesting and also knowledgeable and educative for all of us. Okay. Okay. So, particularly for the students, those whom I can see among the galaxy of academia and faculty members, for them, I dedicate this particular presentation. I hope that you will enjoy, because I have included in this presentation of mine the different aspects of environmental sciences, the sustainable development parameters, sustainability, because when we are talking about sustainable and sustainable developments, the genesis of sustainable development, how it took place, and what are the environmental factors, because you know, some previous speakers, they told about the environmental sectors, the green energy, hydrogen energy. But you know, the environment itself is such an intricate process, it cannot single-handedly it can operate, because it needs the societal, economical and political affiliations from itself. And when the question of women empowerment, gender equality, it comes, then it definitely requires the mainstreaming of the sections, those who are neglected, starting from the human being till the plants which are neglected. That's what I think, that being from plant science background, I think that it will enthuse. I, in my presentation, have given or showcased the recent cutting edge science developments, what my area of research, I will just highlight in a couple of slides, and the genesis, what exactly where from, and also I will provide also an account of the local bioresources where we stand here, because I belong to the son of this particular area. So I would like to highlight some of the plants which are of tremendous value to all of you. So for you, to the students, I begin with. So this is what is the challenge, the pertinent challenge. I told you that environment itself is such a crucial thing. It cannot be addressed by addressing a single issue. It is the agriculture sector, if you will see, it tremendously requires transformation, because by 2050, the overall demand for agriculture, it will rise to a figure of around 40%. You know, because the 40%, in order to accommodate 40% of enhanced population, the agriculture sector need to get enhanced to around 70% fold. So for that, we need to create some innovative activity to, to restructure our agricultural sector, restructuring in the sense what needs to be done, because the calorie demand, the food demand, earlier or gone are the days when there was demand for food. Now the question of nutrition, it comes, because rightly, as my previous speaker and also your chairperson, he talked about that after COVID situation, the situation has changed, and nowadays we are talking about the nutritional security. We are talking of nutrients, fortified foods, because earlier these things are least heard of. So in this regimen, I would like to highlight some of the nutrient-rich plants, how they can be mainstreamed, how they can be improved, they can be included in our diet system. So these are the challenges. I think that all of you must be knowing, as my previous speaker told, the carbon footprinting, because there is a constant increase in the demand for food and calories that is there. So, but agriculture, if you see, in ultimate, the people, they are deviating from agriculture. Nowadays, the people, they fond of going somewhere, doing some do other business as compared to agriculture. So agriculture sector is in a declining trend. The people are least bothered about this thing. And we must be seeing the landscape where we are sitting, because for last 20 years, I am outside. When I come to see Bhubaneswar itself as a model, every time it goes on changing. You know, the buildings, the structures, they are coming up. So practically there is a huge scarcity for space where the plants, they get cultivated. You just think, as a young mind, I am giving you this challenge to think over this particular matter. So agriculture sector and rural versus urban, there is a perfect balance. If you see, you have seen, to the August gathering, those who are of our age, they must be seeing in the village a perfect balance, a social balance gets maintained. there is a barter system, it exists. The people, they usually maintain that balance, but in a city, that balance, it gets disrupted. So you can see a continuous migration pattern, the pattern of migratory people from rural, they migrate to the urban sector to get a livelihood to that particular. So what will happen to our agriculture sector? That's a question mark. And if you, Indian context, if you see, these marks, the red color marks, it shows the degree of migration, the degree of rural to urban migration. It is highly concentrated to South Asiatic countries, especially in an Indian context, it is highly there. So there are pertinent challenges. As I told you, the sustainable development, to achieve this, we need to have an integrated approach of political, economic and social issues to be addressed. So out of it, that I will subsequently showcase how it should be there. So from far up place, you can see that the solid waste is a problem. So when you go there, there are a lot of associated problems like air pollution, social unrest, poverty that are there. It is there inside it. So as rightly told by Professor Bastia himself, that hydrogen energy, the next years are to be the hydrogen energy, but you can't believe the indoor pollutants, the pollution that comes inside our homesteads, those our mothers, sisters, they get involved in the rural pockets. They are far more dangerous than the pollutants they are found outside. So this is what is indoor pollution, is around 100 pollutants, more than 100 pollutants they are found in the chulhas where they are cooking the wooden and that cow dung cakes. You can see the lungs itself, how it affects there. And in the plants, in a small experiment, we can also find out these are the stomatal openings. When the dust particles get spread, or so when it is the avenue trees that is planted there inside the roads, if you will examine the scanning microscopy, then you can see these are the dust particles. It completely shut down those apertures. So this is what. And of course, the agriculture sector, as I told you, it is day by day, it is in a constant state of demand for the food, feed, this thing. And in a comparative mode, if you see in 1960 to 2020, the per hectareage demand from the plants, you can see around 9.1 people, they are in demand for 1 hectare of land area, when it is compared to 1960, around 0.44 billion people to the land area. So it can see how the demand is increasing, and in order to mitigate that demand, we are also in the process of urbanization, industrialization is taking place. Everywhere there is building and there are roadways, there is making there. So the condition is that if you see cereal yield, many of the cereals you can see, if the yield parameters you can see, that is in an Indian context all over compared to world map, then it is in the low bottom line itself. So by 2030 or 50, we will be facing these types of problems. By 2030, the energy demand, as very aptly told by my previous speakers, it will enhance to a figure of 45%, whereas food demand will increase to a figure of 50%, and water demand to a figure of around 30%. So we are constantly in demand, and we are in a constant threat of doing this thing. How we can face that problem when we are going to face? You see, the pandemic itself, it come all of a sudden, abruptly it erupted, and it shattered all our life. Likewise, the environmental problems, what we are going to face in near future or years to come, then definitely it has some great effect. So in India itself, if you will see history itself, in 1943, the Bengal famine, if you can see, these are the precarious conditions. If you net, you can check, the food, there was not sufficient. We need to depend on different countries like USA, those who are in the front line. You can, in your early age, childhood age, taken the rice from them, USA, in the name of USA, and they have given us this PL48 variety of wheat, which was supposed to be discarded in US. So these wheat we have taken from them. So, but thanks to Professor Norman Borlaug and his student MS Swaminathan, they have revolutionized the entire scenario continuously in Haryana and Punjab. We could able to produce, by means of green revolution, we can produce some of the good yield variety of wheat and rice and make our country self-sustained in production of wheat and rice and cereals. So, but the thing is that it has not taken due attention. Some of the cereals, apart from some of the major cash crops, many of the plants remain unattended or remain not come in the mainstream practices. That's what today my area or what I would like to highlight is that there are tremendous potentialities apart from this rice, wheat. there are number of potentialities, some other plants they have that. That I would like to highlight. What are the rich bioresources we have and how. I will cite one example of my research area that will showcase how the potential of a plant, single plant to address. So you can take up or you can think of your local bioresources, those who are from biological background, they can think of these particular aspects. You can see in Odisha itself, there are local bioresources. In the morning when you will come, when you will go to the market, these are the things or these are the vegetables, it's very well available to you. You see, these are not or these are very stipulated to this particular place of Odisha. You can see the pumpkin flower. It's a tasty fry, you can come. So this is what the people of Odisha, particularly in eastern belt, West Bengal, they prefer this thing. And this Brassica rubra, that is poi, that is also very rich in minerals and phytomolecules. They need to be mainstreamed. And Amaranth itself, Amaranth nowadays there is long-term programs in DBT or DST. There are a lot of funding agencies, they are giving that to mainstream these plants. You see, this is the Moringa oleifera or Sahajan. It's a tremendous medicinal value to address. They have the iron, rich fortified in iron and all phytonutrients and addentum. Because these are gone, the people they don't, or the students, those who are sitting, I'm damn sure that you must be preferring in fast food items rather to prefer these types of things. But I believe that these are the things need to be mainstreamed. But they have lot of potentiality. That is that elephant apple. That is in Odia, what we call. Nowhere else in India, I think that we will get apart from this particular area. So these need to be mainstreamed for giving a sustainable livelihood to address the agricultural issues. So what exactly, when the question of environmental science you come, many of you students, you read about the Stockholm Declaration, environmental sciences, first page if you see 1968 environmental sciences, Stockholm Declaration. And thanks to Madam Indira Gandhi, she was the iron lady where she propounded that before going to Stockholm Declaration, it is the poverty which need to be addressed, and poverty is the first polluter in the humans. So the Human Environment Conference first in 1968, which was been taken in Stockholm Declaration, it was addressed or attended by the then Prime Minister of India. She declared that the poverty issues to be addressed, and you see poverty is not a single one solution, it's a multidisciplinary, multi-approach how to be addressed these poverty issues. So these are the declaration, that is 26 principles are there, 109 recommendations, and probably from there the sustainability revolution has started. We are talking of development, sustainable development. Prior to that, we need to understand what exactly development stands for and what is sustainable development. And this is probably the first declaration from where sustainability revolution it had taken place. Another lady, strong lady, that's what the talk of this women empowerment, equitable genders, this thing. But she was the lady, you can Google it up, just maintain silence. So you can Google that, Gro Harlem Brundtland. Gro Harlem Brundtland is the 29th Prime Minister of Norway. So she was the lady, probably she had given the definition of sustainable development. Sustainable development without compromising the future, the development in a positive mode, it is the sustainable development. It has lot of parameters, and she had given her report in the name of Brundtland report, or our common future. So she had assigned the duty of enforcing these sustainable development goals among all the different constituting countries. So she had done her act. So after that, there are a lot of declarations to sum up Earth Summit in 1992 in Rio de Janeiro, Bali Action Plan, Copenhagen, or Kyoto Protocol. As per the Kyoto Protocol, it has curbed a definite emission of carbon. For that, we are also getting credit, as rightly pointed out by Sir yourself. So we are in the process of reducing the carbon emission, and they have given the carbon credit also score, and India also getting lot of carbon credits by curbing the emission of carbon in different industrial sectors. But the important part is that the Earth Summit, it given rise to Convention on Biological Diversity, CBD, framework on the Convention on Climate Change, for which one of our ministry also in India it had taken Ministry of Climate Change and United Nations Convention on Combat Desertification. So these are the 3 points which are addressed later. So after Rio, there are in Johannesburg in 2002, there was a declaration of the Sustainable Development Goals. To achieve Sustainable Development by 2030, they have fixed the Sustainable Development Goal in 17 different goals forms. So you can see that these are basically they address a green economy and also in change in institutional framework, addressing mostly the economic, social and environmental issues. So in order to achieve sustainable development, these 3 parameters are basically fundamentally required and they need to be integrated with each other. Like for example, economic development, social development as well as environmental development, and these are the 17 goals to fulfill that. And you can see the 5th one, the gender equity. Gender equity, to whom we are standing and we are discussing a lot about this. They are all intricately related: no poverty, zero hunger, good health, quality education, gender equity, clean water and clean energy, that's what my previous speakers told, decent work, economic growth, that means this is infrastructural development, reduced inequalities. So these are the 17 goals. It is very well available in your social platforms also. So addressing this, as I belong to this Odisha, so I have a common respect to our Odisha scientists, because we have not taken lot many importance, and from this forum I can address that this is the man who have for the first time has seen, I think that those who are sitting, everyone must be knowing that Mahamahapadhyay Chandrasekhar Singh Harichandan Mahapatra Samanta, favoritely known as Pathani Samanta, he is the you see or read the Siddhanta Darpana, then in the first page itself, it has been written, and thanks to the king of Atmalik, who had sponsored this particular program in developing this in a book form, Siddhanta Darpana, he was in 1866, there is a tremendous demand for food, and people, they died in Odisha. So keeping that, he was very deeply saddened by this thing, if you read this thing. So he thought that if there should be some model sort of thing, I can know from the astroscience, from the movement of sun and moon, can I predict how the climatic condition will be there? So why the people they died? So this is the reason of formulating Siddhanta Darpana, because you are young budding people, those who are enthusiastic of science. I initially told you that I am giving you the challenge, you go and read, it's your bioresources, it's your knowledge, you should be well aware of this thing. So he had, it propelled this thing. This is the first shloka he has mentioned. Of course, he has a tremendous, regard, devotion for Lord Jagannath. That's why in Panji, he have speculated what are the climatic conditions, what will be the movement of the sun and moon, and I have a deep respect, and it is our utmost to maintain his legacy. So this is what and also I told you about the Stockholm Declaration or your Kyoto Protocol or Bali Declaration. But the first thing is that as Hindu mythology, our mythology, it depicts our gods and goddesses as the incarnation of various types of animals and plants. So we worship. There is absolutely no problem that we need to that means we need to think over this particular to restore our old legacy, our old knowledge. So this is nothing to, you can see the Vishnu is associated with sun and Rudra is associated with star. So Vishnu and duty, dharma, and these are all, if you see scripture, religious scriptures, all the goddesses, gods and goddesses. So we worship the gods and goddesses in the name of preserving them. So there is need to respect these things. So coming to the area where I need to highlight, showcase, what are the gap areas and how need to be addressed. We have India, we are sitting in a rich biodiversity region. And there are, I initially told you that some in Green Revolution by MS Swaminathan took place by some few crops, cereal crops like for example, rice is there, wheat there, but remaining plants, they remain unattended. That's why I have in my title written the underutilized, unattended orphan crops. Sorry. Orphan crops, they need real attention. If you can see the India, there are around 152 different species of legumes. If you see legumes, They have a lot of metabolites, and legumes I have selected because our country is not rely completely for oil and dal what we take. We are taking from different countries, small countries like Indonesia, Malaysia. So there are absolutely the demand for the legumes, they are very less if you see the compare, and there is a continuous, if you worldwide also, there is a continuous increased demand for these legumes in terms of dal and oil, edible oil. You know the war between Russia and Ukraine going on. We are speculating that our oil supply, particularly the sunflower oil supply, will go up. So why not we produce? We have a rich biodiversity country. Cannot we find out some plant which can mitigate the refined oil industry? So that's the question need to be addressed. Ours is such a beautiful country. We don't fight. We have a religious harmony, but we need to address this type of issues. So you can see the demand for country, for oil sector, it is refined oil, it is increasing or enhancing every day, and also the demand is completely fulfilled from these small countries like Indonesia, Malaysia and Sri Lanka. We depend or rely on them to mitigate our demand for oil or food oils. So to address this, we can address some of the legumes which are of tremendous value in oil in terms of protein. There another issue is that I told there is malnutrition or nutrients deficiency. Gone are the days when we are thinking about the food security. Now we are addressing nutrition security, because in the COVID pandemic, all of you know, we have taken the kadha of Ramdev Baba. Okay, so why not we take these type of things which are rich with these fortified nutrients. So these are things which my students, they have collected. You see, we have a program, big program on Department of Biotechnology of mainstreaming underutilized crops of Northeast India. So Northeast India, the people they consume, you can see these are tree beans they have collected. We have a large repository collection of different plant species, what we actually do. The Parkia tiboria, and I will not give because of time limitation, I can see my chairperson is looking to the watch himself. So these are some of the plants of typical interest. There's a Sophocarpus tetragonulobus, what I would like to one plant, because as rightly told by my previous speaker, Professor Bastia, one problem you address throughout the life and it will give you an ignition of that thing. So these are some of the plants, this winged bean which I am addressing this issue, and this is tree bean. In a tree, that bean it keeps on, and it's, I believe, if you go sometime in northeastern part of India, then you can see the people, they usually consume this and they like it very much. But if you consume this thing, you cannot consume probably due to the presence of sulfur compounds, sulfur amino acids. You know, sulfur has smell. Likewise, I told you in my first slides, couple of slides, Odisha itself has a tremendous bioresource repository. We take the male flower of pumpkin every day. We take the saga of that sajana, that means Moringa oleifera. They are now telling that this is fortified with iron and lot of vitamins. They are the superfoods nowadays, they are coming to the market. So these are some erythrina, these are from the field itself, and some Kashmir area from the, that is a collection of different plants, and we virtually collect it in different. So when we estimate the nutrient profile, we can see a tremendous amount of nutrients as compared to if we see soybean, winged bean, then they are almost equivalent in their concentration, provided that I will highlight another aspect of this particular crop. There are some anti-nutritional factors which induces stomach disorder in terms of flatulence, the rest of the things. These are some of the things. We have carried out some of the morphological parameters, because there are all India programs are there in releasing a variety. Those who are from the agricultural sector, they must be knowing that we release the varieties, we screen the varieties, we release the variety, the best ideal lines. So among them, we can find out the variation or variability in terms of genetic parameters. What are the variation by employing some of the molecular markers like AFLPs, they are SNP, single nucleotide polymorphic markers. On the marker basis, we can find out in a global level what are the plants available in which place and what are the basic diversity it exists among them. I will not go details inside because this is a lot of science. If you are interested, you can talk to me, I will detail. So we can associate some of the markers with any of the traits of our interest. So we can find out the protein, proanthocyanidin, these are some of the trait associations we could have. And we can screen this thing, and these are the things what I told you, some apart from nutrients, some anti-nutrients are there. Like for example, it induces, mostly the legumes, if you will consume much, it will provide stomach disorder in terms of flatulence or gastritis. So we have tried to reduce some of the concentration of antinutrient. Proanthocyanidin or condensed tannin is one of the antinutrient present in some of the legumes. So what exactly we have identified some of the common factors, transcription factors, genes responsible for the biosynthesis of that particular antinutrient proanthocyanidin. So in that we have after identification, we have carried out a detailed investigation in the molecular level where else it is found, and accordingly by means of constructs, you must be studying about genome editing, right? So we have carried out some of the gene configuration constructs, and by means of virus-induced gene silencing method, we can silence some of the genes and produce some of the significantly reduce some of the biosynthesis of some proanthocyanidin level in this winged bee. So this is the edited lines of the plants we can produce by means of with evidence we have proved that we have good papers in some of the this thing. So after this, I told you that lot of things, products can be formulated from these legumes. So you can see n number of products can be formulated from this particular by means of taking this. We have also tried to extract the oil from this winged bean to address. I told you the refined oil itself is a great question, and also the seed meal is there. After extraction of the oil, you can see the fortified protein isolates are there. It can be used for protein fortification, and you can't believe the protein it come to 70 or 80%, because you see the most of the people, they usually at times for making their body, they take these protein isolates. This can be taken, and also just like soya milk, we have prepared the milk out of it, the winged bean milk itself has been, and also the cosmetic products, lot of soaps and soapy products after saponification we have produced. So these are the n number of products we can produce, and we have characterized the oil by means of hydrogen NMR, GCMS or HPLC. These are some significant quantity of polyunsaturated fatty acids. Apart from that, we also find out some of the roots which are edible, and roots, you know, the potato we consume as a root tuber, and potato has a carbohydrate or rich, but it lacks protein to a figure of around 1 or 2%, but you can believe that this particular tuber contains around 18 to 20% of proteins in itself, and the proteins, they hit to some of the or activate some of the metabolic processes in this, and we could able to find out some of the heat shock proteins which confers resistance to this particular plant to grow in harsh climatic condition, because nowadays resilient plants, identifying resilient plants is a very great area of research. We are expecting climate change, we are expecting low supply of water, though it can address this issue. It has some antibacterial or antimicrobial activity. We can pinpointly see what are the pathways where exactly it operates. We could able to isolate some of the proteins and characterize some of the proteins out of it. I will not go details. So some of the proteins, it is still under investigation right now. So in that we could able to find out some of the novel proteins which is of historical value to the entire nation itself. Another plant is, I told you, the tree bean. I will not go details. The phytochemical investigation it is going on. This is another very interesting area, is that some flowering plants. Floral, you know, flower itself or floral industry itself is a big industry itself, and we are proud that CSIR itself has initiated the activity of floricultural mission projects, and I am looking after the Odisha state for propagating this or proliferating the floricultural activities to enhance the productivity of farmers and to initiate some of the all India released varieties of floral crops in different places of Odisha. We have selected something around 7 or 8 different states, and in total different labs we will see some around 13 or 18 states are covered. So out of which we have also investigated some of the plants. This plant is very unique in the form that it flowers one of the flower, the same species, same species are different, but the same genus, Sistrum nocturnum is there, Sistrum diurnum is there. One flowers at daytime, another at night time. In order to understand the basic molecular event out of it, we have carried out significant level of study and could able to find out some of the genes, some of the factors which are responsible for giving it a rhythmicity, the biorhythm of night flowering and day flowering. So this is what it's all about, and we have also pinpointedly figured out, say, what are the pathways it is triggering up. We can find out the network of pathways where, how it induces flowering at different stages. We could able to find out some of the microRNAs or responsible microRNAs. So this is what we have studied, but broadly what the floricultural industry, what I highlighted is that, and this is what is the floricultural activity. Some earlier existed, we have also strengthened by giving our all India released varieties, and we will be very thankful that this place has been, or some of the cluster based approach we do in Cuttack area, and particularly the area which belongs to the founder of this particular KIT Institute, Kalaramanka, yeah, we are nearby to that village. One Sadhu Sai is there, we have adopted that, and we have given them all the all India released varieties and seeing the performance, and it's excellently, it performs well. And this is the Devamali Hills of Koraput. We have also given some plants, they profusely flower, and by means of different programs, some of our volunteers, they train them, the rural women folk, the tribal community. I also would like to request all you, the young students, you can address this type of social issues also. Social perspective, I told you, the dimension of environmental sustainability to address the social aspect. And we are giving them the training about the dry dehydrated floral techniques. The flower they have there, we have the technology of dry dehydrating, the small techniques of making cards, greeting cards sort of things. They have a lot of interest, they have shown a lot of interest. We also propagate some of the varieties which can be taken further. Because of the you mostly in our ceremonies or marriage functions, we rely upon flowers coming from Thailand, the orchids they are from Thailand. Why not we can produce our own flowers of sort we can use. So in floral industry or floricultural industry, we have a very less stake in Indian context. So can we expand that stake? So that is the basic question mark, and this is one of the vision of our Honorable Prime Minister to propagate this thing. Another aspect we are also addressing that means of soil-less culture. As I rightly addressed you, the future is we need resilient plants which can sustain adversity in climatic condition in terms of temperature, rise in temperature, low water supply. We are also finding out how hydroponically we can grow these particular plants. Some of the lettuce and some of the food varieties we can successfully optimize, and also we are also promoting this type of activity, marigold and gladioli, gladiolus, how they can be grown without water supply, and the minimal dose of nutrients, the exact amount of nutrients what the plant required. So vertical way of farming also has been addressed. So these are the aspects where we are dealing. So in a nutshell, I have given you, of course I have taken, sorry sir, some little more time as allocated to me. So with this, we are doing, in a nutshell, I have given. If you have some queries, then you can ask me now, or you can ask me anywhere. I will be available with you. Thank you all. I would like to thank all my dearest students, those who are involved in this activity. All of them, they are PhD scholars. Binayak, he had joined a postdoctoral fellow elsewhere, some abroad. So I would like to thank all their activity for whom I am projecting this. Thank you.
So, thank you, sir. It is a very powerful talk. And also all the slides. I think it needs a 4 hours, 5 hours duration for a good explanation. Sir, your talk is, each slide is very informative, and it is a very new area, because for immunity, what I understand, it is required now for the human being in terms of, we should understand the values of the different types of plants, and also which produces fruits, which gives the flower in different varieties. So it is high time to understand the immunity, because COVID-19 has educated us about the oxygen level, nitrogen, and all these things. So these are what I understand as a common man. It is very, very important. It needs a 6 hours, 8 hours duration to understand what hold the slides. So sorry, sir, because within very short time also you have given very. So with this, my sincere thanks to sir and all the participant, audio and organizing team. So I have, so I am leaving because I have another meeting. Thank you for giving me good flow opportunity to to chair this session. Thanks to Madam and whole team for giving this opportunity.
Thank you, Mani sir. It's your greatness to just express your thanks to all of us. But really, we are grateful to get you because we know how busy you are. Because you are taking care of the quality of our university, which is reflected here only. So thank you, sir.
So good morning to all of you. This is Dr. Bhavya Bhushan from Department of Physics, School of Applied Sciences, KIT University. Now it's my pleasure to introduce you our next session chair of session 6, Dr. Nabin Kumar Dhal. He is Chief Scientist and Head at CSIR IMMT. Dr. Dhal earned a PhD degree in Floristic and Ethnobotanical Studies from Utkal University. He has research experience of 26 years as Senior Principal Scientist in Environment and Sustainability Department of CSIR IMMT. And he is looking for the exploration of natural resources of Odisha, especially floristic survey, ethnobotanical studies, biodiversity conservation, bioremediation, antimicrobial activities, and cytochemical screening of medicinal plants and utilization of solid waste as a substrate in agriculture. He has published more than 180 research papers in different national and international journals and handled 24 funded research projects. He has produced more than 10 PhDs under his able guidance, and more PhD students are doing research work under his guidance. He has made excellent contribution towards floristic studies of Malkangiri, Nabrangpur district, and quantitative assessment, biological spectrum, and cytosociology for the conservation of targeted threatened taxa. His work has led establishment of herbal gardens and development of a state-of-art herbarium for sustainable development of biodiversity conservation, creating ample scope for earning revenue also. His contribution on removal of toxic heavy metals using selected hyper-accumulating plants highlight significant steps towards green technology for sustainable development of mining areas of Odisha. He received Dr. Mopiri Brahman Memorial Award for Plant Diversity Conservation for the year 2014 by Odisha Botanical Society and NASI Swarna Jayanti Puraskar in 2015. Now I invite Dr. Dhal on the stage and handing over the session to him. Please.
So very good morning to everybody. First of all, I am very much thankful to Madam Kajal for giving me this opportunity to chair a session. Though a lot of meetings are going on in my department, till I felt that let me go and attend because it's a very common topic what Dr. Mahanti was telling, sustainable development and women empowerment. So without further delay, I hope we are 10 minutes delay. So let me invite the first speaker, Dr. Dibyendu Das. Please wait, let me introduce him. So friends, we are happy that Dr. Dibyendu Das, Associate Professor from Department of Chemical Science, ISCA, Kolkata, he is with us. Let me briefly introduce him to the audience today. Dr. Das is an Associate Professor in the Department of Chemical Science, Indian Institute of Science and Education and Research, Kolkata, West Bengal. He received his MSc degree in Organic Chemistry from Calcutta University, PhD in Supramolecular Chemistry at Indian Association for Cultivation of Science, and postdoctoral training at Emory University. From January 2017, he is working in ISCA, Kolkata. You will be happy to know that he has got a lot of awards. To his credit, he got his first award as Young Scientist Award from Indian Peptide Society, then Swarna Jayanti Fellowship in Chemical Science from DST Government of India, then Early Career Advisory Board of SES Chemical Reviewers, then selected as an Associate of the Indian Academy of Science, Advisory Board of Materials Arrangements of India, then CARSI Young Scientist Award, then awarded Inspire Faculty Fellowship from DST Government of India, a prestigious fellowship. We are very much thankful, Dr. Das, you are here from Kolkata in this morning. So let me invite you and tell about your findings, what you have done in Kolkata. Thank you very much.
Dr. Das, please take your time.
Sure.
Yeah.
Half an hour.
Yeah, and we'll leave some time for discussion so that audience will get the benefit.
Absolutely.
Yeah, please.
Thank you so much.
Please.
Take this.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Dhal, for this kind introduction, and thank you, Kajal ma'am, for this invitation. It's indeed, and my friend Chandrasekhar, who is a faculty here. It's indeed a pleasure to be here in KIT, such a beautiful campus and such a noble cause of celebrating women empowerment. I will talk about a very new field of chemistry, a nascent field of chemistry, systems chemistry, which has just come up in the last 5-10 years. We have been taking some head start on this field, and many women in our lab are leading, very brave and powerful women in our lab is leading this field also. So I'll talk about that in the last part of my talk. So we'll start with the definition of systems chemistry, how complexity emerges from chemistry. So I will begin with a quote of Schrödinger, as you know, a physicist, about living system. Living matter evades a decay to equilibrium. So about life in a chemistry talk. So it's kind of that interdisciplinary systems chemistry is. So systems chemistry talks about how life started 3.8 billion years ago and took 3 domains. So archaea, bacteria and eukarya, and you can see at the end human beings. So what exactly happened 3.8 billion years ago in terms of chemistry is something that is interesting to us, and we are excited about that. And related to that, a very tantalizing question of, can we create life-like object? Can we create life 2.0? So that is also something that is very interesting to us, and we ask this question. Both the questions are close to our heart. We are not interested one over the other, but both the question, that is chemical evolution, how chemical evolved to become a complex network, as the previous speaker nicely said, talked about networks are important for sustaining metabolism of life. So we will talk about molecules, chemistry behind that. Okay. So what we use very simple molecules, heterocycles. For example, these are phosphodiester bonds, imidazoles, short peptides, short nucleic acids, short lipids. to mix them and create functions which are very advanced, for example, as advanced as advanced enzyme, nucleic acid, ribosome, CoA surveys, and non-equilibrium polymers of biology. Non-equilibrium polymers is something that I will talk today majorly, and the rest for the I'm hard pressed for time, so I will not talk about them. So speaking of non-equilibrium structures of biology, and when we look at and coming back to the very famous quote of Schrodinger, living matter evades the decay equilibrium, the corollary of the quote is that any steady state system in equilibrium where no work is done is death. So any material you see, this chair you are sitting, these are not absorbing energy, right? They are just stable under equilibrium and they are in dead condition. And we as living beings, we are consuming energy to sustain the life, right? So that is the defining difference between non-living matter and living matter. So that's where we come in, that can we create from chemicals that can consume energy to access structures which is just like us. We all have used food, breakfast in the morning to come up to the auditorium, use energy, right? And that's where the day we stop consuming energy, that landmark, that means we are not living anymore, right? So that is the question we are asking. And if you look at the left side diagram, you might have been exposed to that. That is things under equilibrium which goes downhill. It aggregates. The soap you use to wash off COVID virus is also under equilibrium. But what life happens in living systems, you add energy to sustain in a state of non-equilibrium state, right? So what happens from this, unfortunately the pointer is not working, but if you can see those green structures on the right side, you add energy to access the non-equilibrium state, and when you turn off the energy, it comes back. Just like a gas or a fuel in your car, it turns off or it goes down and the car stops. Similar things happens in biology or living system, where we eat, the energy consumption stops and the structures stop working, right? So that is what we wanted to mimic, and also we wanted to mimic, by the way, the equilibrium structures of biology. This is something that I am not going to talk about. This on the left side, you can see the references. I will not talk about them this presentation, but I will talk about two stories majorly showing how short peptides, small molecules, small lipids can help you access complex enzymes and complex nucleic acid-like structures, which were relevant in the context of chemical evolution, to the context of maybe creating dynamic materials which can have wide applications in the everyday life. Okay, so what life does, for example, this movie you might have seen, this movie is not playing now for unfortunately, but can you click it to play? It's not playing, right? Yes, frozen. So anyway, this movie shows these green filaments are forming and how a cell division happens in a matter of 2 minutes. It just breaks apart. This cell division again might have been taught to all the students, and all of you us know. This happens, these beautiful dynamic structures happen, and on the right side is also a WBC trying to evade a foreign body. So this is all done by structures which are not in equilibrium. These are exotic structure of biology that needs energy. And what is the energy? The energy comes from a fuel. What fuel we use? We call it a chemical fuel, ATP or a GTP. ATP or a GTP. Yeah, it's not, it's okay, I guess, yeah, it's fine. So these structures are forming and breaking. So this can only be possible when you break the constraint of equilibrium. This dynamic structure with a remarkable spatio-temporal control can be possible only when you break the constraint of equilibrium. All this while supramolecular chemistry, any chemistry we go for, we see for structures which are stable, right? We want some things to be stable. But if you look at this biological systems, these are all under non-equilibrium conditions, and they form in a matter of 2 minutes, as I said, and break apart in a matter of 2 minutes, having an acute control over their functions as a function of time. As a function of time, they go up and down, right? Okay, so yeah, it's fine. I think it's fine. Thank you. So what exactly happened if I go to the detail? So these structures, this was the movie. This is a frozen picture. So these green filaments you see in presence of a GTP, which is, as you know, guanosine triphosphate is an activated molecule, a thermodynamically activated but kinetically stable molecule. In presence of GTP, this polymerizes rapidly, and then in the polymerized state, there is an acceleration of catalysis. The catalysis happens and that breaks apart the GTP. There is a release of energy, and that leads to these fibrils which are formed, and that's where the muscle movement to again all the energies we consume, like this homeostasis. We look under equilibrium, the temperature is maintained, but the homeostasis is maintained because of this oscillatory reaction that is going on, and this is because of this energy fuel that is happening in the biology, which is highly evolved, right, as again Professor said before my lecture. So can we create that? Can we copy this in terms of a chemical tool? That was the question, and I wanted to give a bigger introduction. Okay, so what we found out when we were looking at in ISCA Kolkata starting our new lab, again with a lot of women representation. So we all discussed and found out that there is an important factor, accelerated catalysis from assembled state and activation happens from building block. These are the two critical points that happens, and that's where we wanted to ask the question, can we mimic these structures of biology on the bench of a chemistry lab? Can we learn chemical evolution, and can we create adaptive matter or active matter out of chemistry rather than stable matter? They will be active, they will be dynamic matter. So so these are the structures. I will not go into detail. These are over the last few years we have been successful in showing that we can use self-assembled catalyses which are driven by substrates. So just like GTP drives a microtubule or a cytoskeleton protein, as you might have understood from the movie that didn't play unfortunately, but those fibrils can form in presence of GTP. Here also we can show, I will show you some stories that how activated molecule can drive the polymerization event. So first story was published, both are published this year. First story was published in Engovante this year, and that's again one more story which is, I will talk about this story very quickly. So the first story talks about how a very complex enzyme can be created, can you believe, from this very simple surfactant, this small molecule which is a histidine based surfactant. Can we create an enzyme in an energy driven state? So for that, Antora and Sumit took the lead, and they started with a cofactor, or rather a prosthetic group called hemine. On the right corner you can see H in presence of a surfactant. When they mixed it together with in presence of a substrate which is a high energy substrate just like GTP, it forms structures, transient structures. We can see a gel to be formed. I will show you the images. The gels are forming, the structures are forming, and in a matter of few minutes they are breaking apart. So that was kind of like biology, right? Biology shows as a function of time. In equilibrium, as I say again, equilibrium doesn't need any energy to sustain. But in this case, we add this substrate to access this structure which is non-equilibrium, this do a function and then come back to equilibrium. And that's why I gave a fuel symbol, if you have noticed that. So these structures are formed. I'm not showing any videos. Here you can see the red lines, red structures below or the top TEM and confocal microscope, which are forming this structure as a function of time and breaking again as a function of time. This is only possible when you break the constraints of equilibrium. The rheology and the confocal also shows that the material properties are increasing and decreasing again as a function of time. Just like biology, we do upregulate and downregulate. If all the enzymes in our body were working at the same time, we'll be burnt off of energy. We'll be just, the spontaneous combustion will happen. We ration it, right? We do some, when we do muscle work, we do exercise, that time ATP is being used for actin filaments, right? So here also on demand we can create those structures which are fueled by chemical energy. Okay, so we did two controls. Obviously controls are very important to show. We did a control where we push the system to equilibrium, that is post assembly we call it, the below one. When we push the system to equilibrium, as I said, a dead system cannot be made alive by addition of energy. Here also from very simple chemical tools I can say, here we did not get any nanostructures, we did not get any fibrils, we did not get those confocal structures, or we did not get a gel when we put the system in equilibrium. So equilibrium doesn't work, non-equilibrium works, okay. So that was a plan. And also one more thing we found out, as nature has beautifully shown, you know from literature, from books, textbooks, that one enzyme is known for one catalysis, but actually that is not the case. Many enzymes have multiple catalytic role and we call it promiscuous catalysis. One, for example, esterase can have a hydrolase reaction and can also have an aldolase reaction. That shows that early Earth, 3.8 billion years ago, when protein came into the picture, or protoproteins, the precursor or ancestor of proteins, they had multiple catalytic role. So what we asked that, can it show multiple catalytic role? So this was showing peroxidase activity, but we found that these structures were also showing hydrolase activity, which is a latent activity. Importantly, and a very trivial version of a metabolic network, we showed that if I add an ester, the ester is first hydrolyzed to create the food, which is the fuel, again to fuel more structures. As you can see, stronger gel is formed. So we can call it a promiscuous proto-metabolic structure created from very simple molecules, a network, or we can call it chemical networks. This is what the definition of systems chemistry comes about. It's a network of interacting molecule which can have emergent properties and hierarchical assembly. You can see a network already building from a very small molecule where it can be beneficial. This reaction is beneficial for the second reaction. So coming back to the second project which Pavel led, here we used two heterocycles. We added the fuel and we found out that some supramolecular polymers are forming. Again, the concept is same. For just generalization to the students, I made the concept to be similar. This is published again last month, where we have added a fuel to create the structures. And what exactly happens if I don't add an ester? If you can see MB star on the left corner of my slide, that is important for driving the polymers. If I do just the components like the acid and the alcohol or the phenol, it doesn't create those structures. So this is very important, and here we call them as Proto Nucleobases, because these melamine and imidazole, if you mix them together, you can think about that they look like a nucleobase, a purine nucleobase, right? So this is also known in literature to act like a proto nucleobase, or rather proposed to be a prebiotic nucleobase. So this forms fibrous structure in a matter of half an hour and then breaks apart. Also you can see videos, I did not include the movies. It can form structures which can break apart. This is also possible when you break the constraints of equilibrium. So this is it forms a physical gel which is stable for some time and then it breaks after 2.5 hours. So Lisa Roy, who is also from Bhubaneswar in the ICT campus, did the DFT studies and supported our labs. We have active collaboration with her. She is doing these structures which shows that rosette, just like a rosette-like structures are forming in this molecule, and we call them supramolecular polymers. So okay, so they get stabilized also by some small molecules like heterocycle nucleic acids are stabilized. They call it molecular midwives. This molecular midwife can stabilize nucleic acid, and here also aromatic molecule can stabilize these gels. We have found. Interestingly, as a function to real life application, because origin of life, chemical evolution is a fundamental problem. How can we use the know-how to create dynamic materials which can be useful in day-to-day life? What we have done is that when we added some dye or some drug into these gels, normally the gels show, as you might know, gels show a sustained release over time. In this case, we see a temporal release. So it is like a drug is releasing at point, let's say 12 hours, and they will stop releasing, and again will release at 24 hours. So in principle, we can talk about if we can create autonomous systems like this, we can take a pill and we don't have to take the pill again after one day. It can release again after 1 day on its own. So that was the concept behind this kind of work also, to talk about from modern applications. Okay, so we are scratching the surface in terms of the potential of these reactions. We could do conductivity with this paper during the COVID time we published, where we could see that these structures were showing conduction higher as a function of time and lower again as a function of time, which can be useful for diagnosis. It can control enzyme activity as a function of time. It can do sensing in a very trivial sense. In a way, it can do two molecule sensing when we add these structures. Two structures to create a color. This was also published last year, and also this one where it shows temporal release of drugs. So how much time we have, sir? So maybe 5 minutes,
10 minutes.
10 minutes, okay, great. So as I said, this is the structures under non-equilibrium thermodynamics where you can access transient structures. We have also worked with equilibrium structures. For example, an enzyme. If you look at enzyme, this is a different story, a bonus story I will talk about, and again from the context of chemical evolution and systems chemistry. So when you look at proteins, proteins are 3D structures, very remarkable, and again previous speakers have talked about giant protein structures, very intricate. So how nature found these structures again is anybody's guess. If you look at any protein, you take it from the bench or from Sigma Aldrich catalog, these are at least 100 amino acid long. But how nature found the sequence from that astronomical pool of sequences, you can understand the permutation combination of the sequences that could lead to the particular sequence which can fold and show activity is anybody's guess. We might never know what is the answer. What we believe is that short peptide might have been the earliest protein fold. Short peptide like amyloids which can assemble in harsh condition to create structures and show catalysis. And that's why we are asking whether it can show advanced catalysis. That was a question that was asked. Advanced catalysis, for example, if you take any proteins like Shikimese pathway, and I brought this bottle for a purpose. So to open this bottle, you need two hands, right? Either one to hold and one to open the cap of the bottle, right? Here also, if you look at it, a lysine in the red circle is holding the bottle while the histidine is breaking or doing the catalysis, just like opening the bottle. So nature does that. Nature creates binding structure which has multiple residues to exploit the reversible reactions of two amino acid. How a short peptide can do that? That was the question. And also the visual transaction, I will not go into detail, also uses a lysine in our human eye. So what Boishaki and Oyon did, they started with a short peptide which can form very nice nanotubes in harsh conditions. They can form very robust nanostructures. Now, when they added an ester, they found that the ester was hydrolyzed better when the lysine was there, the added hand was there. In a short peptide, this sequence was able to use two hands, one to grab the bottle, the other to open the bottle. In this case, one to grab the ester, the other to break the ester. If I do a control where lysine is mutated with an arginine, we don't see the reaction to be going that fast. And this is the rates that you can see. The highest Torres chi caper is from the lysine based sequence. So with this, I think I will sum up and say that systems chemistry is a very young field of chemistry, and in this very nice platform of celebrating women empowerment, I think I will request all of you, especially women, to join this field. This field has applications from physics, chemistry, biology, engineering, and astrobiology also, all fields of biology. And this paper, you can have a look at it. It was published again 2020, which had a conference. One of the first conferences was done. We did a conference with, again, around the world with UCLA and Strasbourg and Munich together on this field of systems chemistry. ISCA Kolkata is doing on 2023. So if you are interested, do send an email. You can get my email from the website. And here are the acknowledgement. Pavel, Antara, Shumit, and Boishaki's work I presented. We have a huge group now, 12 PhD students, 2 postdocs, and many MS. And we are supported by generously by DST and DBT with 6 crores of funding total, and they are the collaborators that we have from IIT Bombay to ISCA Kolkata and TIFR. And yes, special thanks to Amitav Das and Shobik Maiti in ISCA Kolkata and IGIB. And here the girls in our lab, they are the most brave and powerful girls that take up very good questions, and science always asks. Most of them are not here in the picture because they are busy doing experiment. And I thought when I got an email from Ma'am, Kajal Ma'am, I take a special occasion to take a photograph and show that how our lab is powered and fueled by women in our lab. Yeah, thank you. With that, I thank you all, and it will be great to invite you all in ISCA Kolkata. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Das, for a brilliant talk. And I hope if we have the time, let us go for 1 or 2 questions from the audience side, or you can discuss with him during lunch time also. I hope it is a very fundamental subject, systematic chemistry, and regarding the molecules, protein, a very fundamental subject. And all of us, during the COVID intervention and technology, right from the COVID, vaccine 1, 2, and right to, again, booster also, there is a lot of scope from the chemistry domain, from the molecular domain, what Dr. Das pointed out. So I hope one or two questions from the student side. It is a very interesting subject. Yeah.
Thank you. So waste is just the hydrolyzed product. So for example, GTP if you take, guanosine triphosphate in the human body, that is high energy molecule, right? That breaks to guanosine monophosphate and phosphate ions. So that is the waste. So waste means just the hydrolyzed broken product. They can be reformed again if I add the fuel again. So they can be reformed again to create that. So the waste there, the cartoon shows that after the reaction the energy is released and that results in an equilibrium waste product. Just like our car, petrol goes to carbon dioxide and monoxide and these things. Okay? Yeah. Okay. Okay.
So I think if no more question, I think Dr. Das today will be with us. You can discuss during the lunch time also. Thank you, Dr. Das, for your nice presentation.
Thank you so much.
Sir, please.
Yeah.
Yes, she's going to be joined us virtually. No more problems. Yes, yes. So, thank you, Dr. Das, for your nice presentation. And really, this forum, ISCA Bhubaneswar chapter, along with all the collaborating universities, are very grateful to you. Now, our next speaker of this session is Dr. Surekha Sundari Swain, Madam. And Madam will connect, already she has been connected virtually. So I request Sir to just start the proceeding.
Good afternoon, ma'am. So, our next speaker is Dr. S.S. Swain. Madam is principal in a very prestigious 109 years old Sailwala College, Cuttack. So, prior to that, Madam served as Deputy Secretary, Department of Higher Education, Government of Odisha. She also served as SNO of State NSS Cell. The administrative capability of Madam is reflected in the development of NSS activities of State of Odisha. Madam is a very sound writer and orator. Her research interest has motivated large number of youths, particularly girls, to choose teaching as the profession. So now I request Madam Swain to deliver her talk. She has joined us virtually. Ma'am, please.
Thank you so much, respected Kajal Parashar Madam, all the dignitaries and guests, resource persons present over there, all the dear students. It is really a proud privilege on my part to join in such a prestigious convention, that is the Indian Science Congress. society. She has not been paid the due respect and whatever she needs in the society. And she is the most vulnerable person in the society because a lot of barriers are there for her, not for the men. So that's why the gender equality is a moral imperative, whether we are in government or business or non-government organizations or research institutions. It's simply the right thing to do for the women the best. Gender bias is still deeply embedded in cultures, economies, political and social institutions around the world. Women and girls face unacceptable levels of discrimination and abuse, which is not only wrong, but also prevents them from playing a full part in society and in decision making. There has been progress, such as IIED's own gender reviews and audit, but nowhere near enough. More organizations need to understand and address internal imbalances and proactively seek to do so in delivering their business. Barbara Stocking, former chief executive of Oxfam, GB writes in his book, "Leadership from the top is essential, but the values of gender equality have to permeate the whole organization." Secondly, women are key managers of natural resources and powerful agents of change. Nidhi Tandon's research with rural women in Liberal and Fatima Jebril's work of Somalia show how women are often more directly dependent on natural resources, which responsibility for the unpaid work, securing food, water, fuel and shelter from their household. Not just victims, women have been and can be central actors in pathways to sustainability and green transformation, according to the contribution from Laila Mehta and Melisha Leach. As all of us know, gender equality is a right. Fulfilling this right is the best chance we have in meeting some of the most pressing challenges of our time, from economic crisis and lack of health care to climate change, violence against women, and escalating conflicts. Women are not only more affected by these problems, but also possess ideas and leadership to solve them. The gender discrimination still holding too many women back holds our world back too. In 2030, for sustainable development and its 17 sustainable development goals adopted by world leaders in 2015, embody a roadmap for progress that is sustainable and leaves no one behind. Achieving gender equality and women empowerment is integral to each of the 17 goals. Only by ensuring the rights of women and girls across all the goals will be a great justice and inclusion, economic that work for all and sustaining our shared environment now and for future generations. For the empowerment of women and girls to be realized through sustainable development, there needs to be more than a commitment to these goals. There must be concerted action across all countries and communities. Dedicated resources should be provisioned to empower women in all ages and girls as part of the Sustainable Development Goals. Approaching gender equality as a cross-cutting issue is the Sustainable Development Goals require that gender is included at all stages of policy development, means of implementation, monitoring, and accountability. The need for a cross-cutting, inclusive, and gender-sensitive approach is clear. Without this approach, the global transformation envisages by the SDGs will not be achieved. Women and girls are crucial contributors, implementers, and beneficiaries of sustainable development. Their empowerment is fundamental to the achievement of the 2030 Development Agenda. Standalone SDG on gender equality, Goal 5, should be celebrated as it outlines targets for every country to make gender equality a reality. However, Goal 5 does not stand in isolation and will not achieve gender equality alone. A gender-sensitive approach must be implemented across the entire agenda for the 2030 Development Agenda to be successful. Women and girls are the agents of sustainable change and development. Women and girls comprise the majority of people living in the poverty and experience multidimensional inequalities in the society. Previously, efforts were only made to include women and girls in women issues in development, which failed to recognize the multidimensional nature of gender in development. Therefore, sustainable development initiatives must reinforce the consideration that women and girls are at a higher risk of being left behind. The voices and perspectives of women and girls must be included in the policy development, implementation, and monitoring on all issues, and not only Goal 5. This should promote the inclusion of women and girls as leaders and decision makers, as well as relevant stakeholders and partners in sustainable development. The mainstream the involvement of women and girls in sustainable development demands a change in attitude and behavior towards women and girls across all levels. For women and girls to be agents of change, their input must be considered important. They should not only be thought of as beneficiaries or vulnerable, they must be considered as equal partners and valuable contributors to sustainable development. With this attitude change, it would be unnecessary to repeatedly call for women's and girls' inclusion, because they would be included automatically. Women and girls can increase community capacity at the grassroots level by leading effective community-based sustainable development actions that contribute to the achievement of the sustainable development goals. These actions can lead to a lot of development of the women and the development at the grassroots expertise that women and girls have on what actions are needed to better their lives. To know whether women and girls benefit from sustainable development efforts, it is critical to have accurate and reliable information through qualitative and quantitative indicators, citizen-generated data, and data from governmental development agencies and other stakeholders involved in sustainable development goals implementations, including the private sector. Global, regional, and national accountability mechanisms need to actively facilitate the submission of information provided by women and girls on their experiences of these sustainable development goals and their implementation. Quantitative indicators alone do not accurately reflect the experiences of women and girls. This was clearly seen with Millennium Development Goal 2 to achieve universal primary education. Although girls were being enrolled in schools to achieve this goal, they were often unable to attend in practice for a variety of reasons, including unsafe routes to school, lack of sanitation and household responsibilities, or received low quality education as class numbers increased without appropriate additional resourcing. Therefore, even if government agreed indicators suggest that a target has been achieved, it should only be considered achieved with the confirmation of women's and girls' experiences. The information that women and girls can provide will highlight the factors that are most likely to lead to transformative change and the realization of gender equality, and is critical to the success and relevance of any monitoring process. For knowledge about the status of women and girls to be accurate, it is important that gender differentiated statistics and indicators are collected nationally, regionally, and globally in order to measure gender gaps and adjust development programs to rectify inequalities. At a minimum, data should be disaggregated on the basis of age, sex, geography, income, disability, race, and ethnicity, and other factors relevant to the monitoring inequalities. Empowering women through NGOs and civil society is a very important part. Civil society organizations, including women and grassroots organizations, are critically facilitating the inclusion and empowerment of women and girls in sustainable development. These organizations increase capacity through their networks and roll out sustainable development programs. As accountable organizations that represent the views of traditionally disempowered groups, including women and girls, NGOs can provide support and legitimacy to sustainable development programs that other development agents cannot provide. Empowering civil society is also very critical to the empowerment of women and girls. To conclude, the achievement of Goal 5 alone will not create a gender equal world. Gender equality and the empowerment of women, girls must be used as a method of implementation across the developmental goals to ensure their success. So in order to have a greater capability of women, all countries hold the same responsibility to ensure the full implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development Goals within their own borders, and to support other countries in achieving the Sustainable Development Goals, which includes reaffirming and contributing to the fulfillment of gender equality and all. Gender equality is a cross-cutting development issue, and unless addressed in a multidimensional way, gender equality will not become a reality. Not one of the SDGs will be achieved without including women and girls as equal partners. Including women and girls in sustainable development would complement and support state responsibility. The challenge now is establishing what sustainable development means in a practice, how the SDGs development policies and means of implementation will empower women and girls at every level. Women and girls must be equal partners in sustainable development of the country and the world as a whole. So women's role in the society in each and every field, in economy, in politics, in environment, in each and every field of life is very, very important. So women should be given chance and equal opportunity, equal partnership in each of the policy making and implementation of the society, of the nation, of the country, of the world as a whole. So that's all from my side. I was given 12:30 time. I hope I have completed in time. Thanks a lot for giving me an opportunity of sharing my ideas and thoughts with you the people. So thanks a lot. Over to Kajal madam.
Thank you, ma'am, for your nice presentation on role of women and different sectors. Now I think if we have the time, we can go for one or two questions.
And for the information of all the dear participants, Madam is available 24/7 because I have worked very closely with Madam. The way Madam is taking the education system of Odisha, really it's praiseworthy. Day before yesterday, Madam's institution has invited me to celebrate National Science Day. The ambience of that particular 109 years old Sailwala College, because I don't know anything about brief history of that particular place, really the ambience Madam has created in that campus, I can't imagine. The way students are disciplined, motivated to again do work for the society, because we are always talking about sustainable development, sustainable society, sustainable future. Unless and until we will not be visualize a person as a role model, we can't go ahead. So Madam, on behalf of the organizing committee, I express my sincere thanks and gratitude to grace this occasion. I know how busy you are. So a small love of appreciation from all of us, you kindly accept virtually, Madam.
Thank you, ma'am.
After having a nice deliberation regarding different vulnerable issues related to women in terms of gender equality, women empowerment, and sustainable development goals by Dr. S.S. Swai Madam, Principal, Sailawala Women's College, Cuttack, I, Dr. Rosalind Patnaik, from College of Basic Science and Humanities, Odisha, University of Agriculture and Technology, inviting you all to this technical session 7 of this afternoon. This session, we have 3 speakers who have achieved a lot in their respective fields. The session will start with the first speaker, Priyanka Anand, who is the Vice President and Head, HR, Southeast Asia, Oceania, and India at Rixon. And the second speaker of this afternoon will be Professor Luna Samant, Professor and Head of the Department Zoology, Ravenshaw University, Cuttack. And the third speaker will be Dr. Sucheta Priyavadini, Director, Students Counseling, KIT deemed to be University, Bhubaneswar. And this session will be chaired by Dr. Saranjit Singh, who is now as the Pro-Vice Chancellor of KIT deemed to be University. Professor Saranjit Singh completed his PhD in production engineering from BIT Mesra, Ranchi, and MTech also in the same field, production engineering from IIT Varanasi, which was formerly IT BHU, and BE in the mechanical engineering from Savitribai Phule Pune University, and his teaching and research areas of interest are material processing technology, metal forming of synthets, cellular foams, polymers, and metal matrix composite, competitive manufacturing strategy, cleaner manufacturing technology, DFX methodology, quality engineering, and quality management. He had guided 5 PhD scholars and 25 master's dissertation and had published and presented more than 100 research articles in the national and international journals, conference, and seminars. He has published 3 books in the area of material processing technology and is a fellow of Institution of Engineers, India. He served as Director, Industry Engagement and Dean, Training and Placement since 2011 and at KIT. And he is a former Dean of School of Mechanical Engineering at KIT from 2009 to 2011. Prior to this, he served BIT Mesra, Ranchi as Associate Professor in the Department of Production Engineering, and currently he is also working as a professor at School of Mechanical Engineering, KIT University. It's our privileged moment to have you, sir, to preside over the session. Now, I welcome you, sir, to handle this technical session 7.
Very good afternoon. Thank you. Very good afternoon to one and all, and we welcome you all to this new session of National Seminar. And I don't know whether it is a session number 8 or 9, 8 perhaps. So this session will have 3 invited talks, and I think the organizers have also already spelled out the people who will be actually presenting. All the talks will be scheduled for, as been informed, for 20 minutes, followed by Q&A session. We can entertain maybe 1 or 2 specific questions related to the talk. And the first talk will be by Ms. Priyanka Anand. Ms. Priyanka Anand is Head of People Function Ericsson, Southeast Asia, Oceania and India region. And I have been fortunate meeting Ms. Priyanka at her office at Delhi. And she is one of the who's who and leader in HR fraternity today, who has been heading almost 16 countries as far as Ericsson is concerned. And I am very privileged that I have been personally interacting with Madam. Madam has been HR transformative leader with various leadership roles in human resources across organizations such as Ericsson and other multinational companies. As a professional in strategic and business HR leadership role, she has a record of accomplishment in building organization and employee base from ground level, drive large-scale competence shifts, post-merger integrations, crisis management, disputes, and redundancies. Our title of today's talk is on role of women for sustainable future. We welcome Madam and looking forward to hearing from you, ma'am. This is Dr. Charanjit here. Very good afternoon to you. Good to see you. And over to you, Madam. I think our audience are quite excited enough to hear one of the who's who of the HR fraternity today in India, for sure. Thank you.
Sir, and what a privilege to get an introduction from you, like a grand introduction. I hope I'm worthy of justifying to the kind words you've put ahead of my talk with all of you esteemed, I would say, audience sitting in there. And it's been a privilege to know Dr. Charanjit. Like he said, he's been a motivation for many reasons, which I will keep reserved right now, but I'm glad that our paths crossed and we had some great interactions on various platforms, which have been instrumental in some of the decisions I've taken in my professional career. So with that, I guess I'm really privileged to be here to talk about something which is very close to my heart, right? And again, to me, role of women is something I personally stand for. And without an iota of doubt, if we need to have a sustainable future, it cannot be achieved without seeing how women can play a very balanced and a prominent role in the times to come. And again, a brief about, like Dr. Sanjeev said, about myself. I am based out of New Delhi, and I'm being associated with Ericsson for the last almost 12 years. And I've had the privilege of doing a lot of critical roles, I would say, which were adding value to the business, but also moving the agenda forward that we as a company embrace, which is having a gender balanced representation of women and seeing how we can invest in this area, right? And the reason why I say this is because I think no longer all of us who sit in the audience today, including myself, are debating whether this is going to make an impact or not, right? The point in our mind is quite clear, and the age in which we are living and the exposure that we have, that women empowerment is going to be a game changer. And whatever we do towards bringing in that balanced representation is going to pave the way forward towards a sustainable future for any company, for our society, and in general, the entire universe, right? And that's how we talk about how everyone will become stronger by women becoming stronger in the times to come. So I'll just start a bit with an overall context on why I feel this is an important topic to talk about. And some years back, we at Ericsson have pledged to be part of the United Nations goals, and we call them the Sustainable Development Goals under United Nations, right? And we have been having those conversations in multiple aspects with multiple stakeholders across the industry, across the academia, likewise of yours, and looking at what could we be doing towards both getting a commitment to become more visible, but at the same time ensuring that we as a company do everything possible towards making this a part of our mainstream. Not that we do invest in women representation, women empowerment, women development on the side, but this really becomes a bit like how do we do our day in, day out commitment towards getting an equality approach towards what we do in the industry and what we do in the society, right? So one of the main sustainable development goals of the United Nations in their 2030 mandate or agenda is to seek active gender equality and empowering all women and girls. And how do we achieve that is what the goal really calls out. And the goal in our view is indispensable towards achieving all the other sustainable development goals that the United Nations is talking about. And what's evident is that it is because of women's empowerment and gender equality that we have a catalytic effect on the achievement of goals like human development, human equality, sustained peace, harmony in the environment, climate goals. All these will become a reality only with our clear focus towards getting women empowerment the right pedestal, right commitment, and right visibility, right? And again, what's important is by ensuring that the rights of women and girls across all the goals will get us to achieve an environment and culture of inclusion. It will also ensure that we as economies do the right thing to create equal opportunities for all, and then we create a shared environment for all of us, right? Which is just not for us in the today's generation, but all future generations. So this is what the SDGs that we call as Sustainable Development Goals are driving, along with a lot of corporates like ours. And we have pledged to be part of this and then make every possible investment to make it a reality. The other thing I would say is, of course, this is central. The empowerment of women is central for us to achieve all the other sustainable development goals. So enough said about this development goal, but what's important for us to take as a key message is gender equality is no longer a good to have. It's no longer a negotiable. It's no longer something that will help us achieve our goals, but it is the goals that will start to become the foundation layer for everything else we want to achieve as an organization, both in terms of business wins as well as our own key values and purpose of why we exist as an organization. And to me, with all of us having a clear commitment and line of sight towards this agenda is our best chance to meet some of these pressing challenges that we're experiencing towards this goal. And to me, if we make this happen in the right way, it will create a rewarding outcome for not just our generation, but for all the generations to come. And it will also help us resolve a lot of economic and human crises that we're experiencing right now, like lack of healthcare, lack of, the whole challenges with climate change, violence against women, escalating conflicts. So all those are realities we are living in right now, right? And again, the last 2 years have been a ready reckoner, including what's happening across the globe today, that we need to be more committed towards working together as a group and as people towards resolving these conflicts and these challenges. So to me, that's why this topic stays relevant, and I hope it's equally relevant to all of you. And with all the women sitting in the audience, I feel proud that you are being the real trendsetters to encourage and motivate more women to challenge the status quo and be part of the mainstream. And of course, to all of the men sitting in the audience as well, if it wasn't for you and the belief that you have to support the women sitting around you and living around you, whether it's your friends, mothers, sisters, daughters, spouses, we wouldn't have seen such a huge growth in the way we are experiencing right now towards our commitment on gender representation, equality, and sustainable development of women. Now, talking a bit about our own realities today, and COVID-19 has been a good reflection point from many aspects, right? So I wouldn't go too broad, because the good news now is that we seem to be emerging from the first ever COVID spread crisis that we experienced as a world together, right? And the good thing, of course, was that telecom industry, which is what I represent today with Ericsson, was the center stage in driving a lot of connectivity needed to keep people connected, to keep people safe, to keep people's life going with minimal disruption, is what telecom did. It came to the mainstream, keep the connectivity going, to at least enable people to regain some normalcy in the times that we were living in. But at the same time, while we're doing what we're doing for the society to keep them connected, overnight, the entire ecosystem that was providing women the support they needed to be part of the workforce or to continue to aspire to be part of the workforce got a bit challenged, right? Because the workload on women got intensified. The expectations definitely got skyrocketing because the whole support ecosystem vanished overnight. We were pretty much juggling too many balls at the same time. It was work, it was family, it was the whole domestic support system, people taking care of our kids, everything vanished overnight, right? So it was pretty much left on, and I would say the immediate family to take care of their own, immediate women to take care of their family. I'm not bailing out men saying that they had an easy time. It became equally intense for everyone. But if you look at the statistics, on an average, women were spending 31 hours per week on childcare, just to give you an analogy on how things evolved, right? And then I guess what's important is that we recognize that this pressure created a huge amount of mass exodus on women in the workforce. So just the sheer number of women declined by 54 million in just 1 year of 2020. And almost 45 million women left the workforce altogether in the last 2 years. So it's a significant dent on the progress we were making in the investment we were making towards seeing tangible outcomes. But again, we've all heard and we all believe that no statistics and no failure is final. We're only going to become more resilient and stronger with all the challenges that these times have posed on us, whether it was the business challenges or retaining women challenges or managing balance challenges. So there were multiple challenges. But let's not be oblivious of the fact that a bigger pie of the challenge came more head-on for women who were in the workforce or who were aspiring to be in the workforce. And hence, I think there was a huge amount of recognition of that challenge, at least for us in the industry and for us even in Ericsson, where I am right now. And with that intent, we launched a big program called Rethink Balance. And we said very visibly and committed to our employees, including specifically women, saying that you've got to talk about moments that matter to you. And as an organization, we will do everything possible to meet you in your moments that matter. So flexibility was no longer good to have, it was a must to have. And then we started to have those curated conversations, saying what do we do as leaders to make it more possible for women to stay in the workforce, deal with these blurred boundaries of work and life, deal with the blurred boundaries of home and office or work, and then try to create support systems around everybody's unique situation in ways that they could strike some kind of balance between work and personal life, right? So to me, unless we made those investments, had those conversations, made those commitments, we would have seen a bigger repercussion of this entire COVID outlash that most of the other industry had or companies had experienced. So not saying it made it easier, but it definitely made it more tangible for women to say what help do they need to make decisions to stay on, but in a more flexible manner. And again, to me, what was important was that it started to give a lot of flexibility to women and to us to create a win-win for our women workforce, right? And to me, with this whole hybrid ways of working that we are embracing now, because we see return to office becoming a far more real situation now than ever before, we'll need a far more balancing act to happen between women and their needs, because like I said, the whole support system will have to be balanced in many, many unique ways. And hence a bigger ask on us as organization, on us as leaders, to start to think more creatively, but with absolute empathy and humanness. Because unless we recognize their points of reality, there is no way that we can encourage both men and women, and specifically women with different challenges and different demands on them, to stay on motivated and to be able to contribute to the workforce. So that's a bit about the context of the real times that we are living in. And at the same time, a bigger challenge is how do we empower women in STEM, right? So because I work in the technology industry for many, many years, that's another big challenge. So overall, we have a challenge in attracting women, but the situation becomes much more graver when we look at girls and women and the entire education system in STEM, right? And if you look at the UNESCO report, they have this whole objective called cracking the code, which is girls and women's education in STEM. It's evident that only 35% of STEM students in higher education globally are women. So it's not just an India challenge, it's a global challenge, and the gap is alarming. It just does not fit, any question, no matter how you take it, because especially in STEM, careers are expected to be the jobs of the future. So not having enough women both attracted and interested towards these roles will hamper our ambition to be innovative as a country, innovative as an industry. And again, we will definitely miss the bus on being inclusive. And growth, of course, being amongst the other things when it comes to this whole technology sector. So to me, at least at Ericsson, we are so alive to the situation. We are very actively working towards the era of 5G, and we are looking at how can we do everything possible to become an equitable employee, career opportunity giver to women, create more awareness, and then invest in a better, well-represented, equitable tomorrow. So again, a challenge we are aware of, a challenge that we are working towards resolving. And I see each one of you sitting in the audience today, driving that mindset change, right? No matter what roles you pick up, which industry you go into, there will always be a need to be aware of how do you, when you start to become more visible in the corporates or in other areas where you want to pursue your future careers in, start to encourage more women to be challenging themselves and becoming part of the workforce. And to me, it's not just about having an intent, but it's also about how do we create visible investments in this area that starts to create a bit more tangible articulation of our intent, right? So at Ericsson, we've done many, many things towards our commitment on gender diversity, and especially in STEM, like I said, that becomes a bigger, graver point if we don't resolve it now. Very soon we'll run out of the opportunity of having a balanced representation in technology areas, right, in this industry. And to me, we've invested in multiple programs across the industry, within the company. Like I said, with the Sustainable Development Goals with the UN, we're working with multiple communities to create a positive impact, launching various programs, right, both in-house as well as with the ICT and tech industry on increasing women representation. And that's all across technical, commercial, business, finance, delivery roles. This is like the key for us, and we are not getting constrained by any of those, I would say, challenges, but we take them as opportunities. And that's a bit of a mindset we are embracing, right? So to me, we really start making an impact when we embrace this entire topic with a growth mindset, a challenger mindset, where we start to challenge every barrier that starts to deter us from our ambition about creating an equitable workplace, right? And at the same time, we are actively working with academic institutions, and Dr. Saranjit knows it really well, that we are doing everything possible to attract women to take up exciting careers within ICT, and also to join our own graduate programs, where we have clear targets on how we're driving diversity within our graduate programs as well. And one word you've heard me use multiple times now is equal growth opportunities. And to me, this is where we are really encouraging women employees to adopt skills in advanced technology, and also looking at, what are the talent pools we need to create, and how do we drive focused talent development programs to cultivate women talent for leadership roles. So for example, one of this whole biases women have, they're always very self-critical. So they always feel that somebody else can do a job better than they can do. And here we've been a bit more proactive, and we've launched a program called Aspire, where we're telling women, we'll do everything possible to invest in you and to help you fast track your career. But what we will not accept is that you wait to be shoulder tapped. You've got to raise your hand and want to be part of the change journey. Once you do that, you will see us being part of the entire investment mechanism towards fast tracking our investment towards your competence buildup, and then a pool of opportunities open for you, right? That's how we are trying to create more accelerated development paths for women. Likewise, going a bit outside in, we are creating employee resource groups, where we feel that when we launch programs as an ERG like Women of Ericsson, we create a visible commitment of ourselves and our intent even in the outside in perspective. We give our employees, both men and women, an opportunity to invest and contribute towards getting balanced representation and to move our agenda of diverse and inclusive talent into various aspects of our internal and external interactions and ways of working. So we are looking at how we can create forums for action, for speak up, for support, and how do we benefit groups of minority, groups of gender representation. So we create those barometers of how do we drive success when it comes to these Women at Ericsson work groups, right? And this is the purpose with which we are trying to get more employees to be part of this entire work group and contribute to this goal to make an impact both internally but also externally towards the society. So I think enough of my monologue, and I'll probably give you guys a some time to ask me any questions, but I'll just wrap up by saying that each one of you in the audience are fortunate to be where you are, working with an esteemed, sorry, not working, but studying with an esteemed institute like KIT. The fact that you're fortunate to be the trailblazers, looking at careers in many, many unique ways of how you can make an impact, how you can be the trendsetters, how you can be the ones who are grabbing the opportunity to make a mark, right? So to me, it's important that, as women, you stay very confident, be committed, passionate, and demanding about what you want your career to deliver for you, but also call out the whole ecosystem. Because what's extremely important is that you should have mentors, you should have family, you should have a coach who supports your journey. Always remember, if you walk alone, you only go this far, but you walk together, you can achieve stars, right? So to me, very important that you lean into your support system, make your own journeys more visible, as well as your needs better articulated, so that you get the support that you need to be successful in your endeavors towards having a strong corporate career or whatever career you want to pursue for yourself, whether it's academic, corporate, NGOs. That's of course the decisions you take in your best of the ability. And the last thing I leave you with is, there's a new word that I've been really chasing a lot, and I'll encourage you guys to think about, which is anti-fragility. And to me, anti-fragility is not about just coping up with adversities to be resilient, because always remember, whether it's men or women, whether it's you or I, we will always have unpredictable crisis situations to deal with through our lives. We will always live through pressures of tough times. What's important is that we don't just prepare ourselves to overcome adversity, we prepare ourselves to learn from those situations, grow and become stronger from those experiences to bring our best self to the times that we are going to live and lead in. So with that, good luck for your future, and I'm convinced together we can all create a better world, and by simply doing our bit, we can fill an ocean drop by drop by drop. So with that, thank you, Dr. Saranjeet. I'm going to hand it over back to you.
Thank you, Priyanka madam. That was really, quite motivating. I think I'm sure the audience, those who are present physically here as well as on the various virtual platforms, would have enjoyed your thoughts. And it was really very interesting, some of the factual things which you brought into the picture. And you mentioned about involvement of a woman during the unprecedented times which you have seen in the last couple of years, almost on an average basis 30 to 31 hours per week on childcare, which has led probably to a lot of dropouts. And you mentioned almost 45 million gender diversity side had left the job, and which is really, really very a staggering figure, and it's a bothersome as well. We have been also hearing a lot of corporates have been designing programs where probably they are trying to bring in the workforce back, especially those who have left for the reasons, especially on the gender diversity side. So, though I'll open the floor for any question, but there will be one question from my side. But before that, I'll request if anybody has any query or you would like to have any discussion points to be addressed to Madam, because this is an opportunity. And I know Priyanka Madam, her schedule, because when I was been talking to Kajal Ma'am, I told that please figure out whether Madam is available or not, because I know the kind of hectic travel schedules you have, and when you are managing so many countries. And but we are thankful for your precious time, Priyanka Ma'am. So open for any question. If you have any question, please, you can shoot it, or I'll ask one question from my side.
Yes, sir. You carry forward your question.
Thank you. So, Madam, I was just mentioning, I just came across one of your very senior leader. He happens to be ex-Cognizant and has joined Mindtree recently. And we just landed with a mail from them where they have been talking about a very specific curated program on women workforce, which because of this lockdowns and the kind of attention they have to pay for the child care or for any home issues, they have been trying to bring the workforce back to the system. Is there anything Ericsson has been coming up with a similar kind of a program which you think so, because you being at the helm of the affairs where, I mean, probably you can bring in some curated programs. The people who have left, especially on the gender diversity side, can again come back and successfully rejoin and start their career. Over to you, ma'am.
Great question, and I think, Dr. Sarji, the way you said, it's been a big pain, right? The whole outcome of COVID hit us in many ways, but for sure, having lost so many women from the workforce because they genuinely wanted to be part of the workforce, but it was so difficult to balance so many things together. And there was a visible feeling of losing out. When you hold so many glass balls, you choose to drop the one which is work, but focus on family, because that is undoubtedly something you wouldn't want to compromise on. So we've definitely made the effort to reach out to women, understand their challenges, also recognize that how the world evolved before COVID is not how it can evolve post-COVID. So recognizing the fact that we had to change our strategy, change our approach, have, for me, having flexibility as a conversation between leaders and employees is no longer good to have, it's a must-have, right? It moved away towards a concept called stay conversations. How do we have stay conversations with women to say what will it take for them to be actively participating and contributing to our workforce? And then we also agreed to things like sabbaticals, women wanting to look at how do we get flexibility in windows where they needed to focus on family. For example, if there's schooling hours where they had to co-parent with this online schooling, how do we get them flexibility to switch off during those hours and then come back and be available? Create the right ergonomics for women to work at home. And today, Dr. Saranjit, the way we are looking at it, hybrid is no longer an option. So we are very openly going back and saying future of work will certainly bring a lot of flexibility to both men and women. And hybrid is the way we will work in the future. And hybrid is not about coming to office one day, not coming to office one day. Hybrid is about having flexibility to enable them and empower them to meet their personal needs as well as professional needs.
Thank you. Insightful response to this question, but at the same time, your talk has been really, really very encouraging and insightful, ma'am. Thank you. We look forward hearing from you numerous occasions in future as well, because you are one of the leaders definitely at KIT and in this part of the country. We look forward to it. Over to the organizers for a small felicitation.
So, many thanks to you, Priyanka ma'am. And is the madam who disturbed you since last 10 days. So on behalf of KIT University, just accept our love and affection.
Thank you so much. This is beautiful.
Yeah. I'm sure you will love putting this at your home as well.
This is beautiful with lovely flowers. Thank you so much, and a huge thanks to all the audience as well for their patient listening. And I hope I could add a few more cents of thoughts to your mind. But like Professor Saranjit said, reach out anytime I can help you guys in your thinking anywhere. And a big thanks for this opportunity to all of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. We'll proceed with the second invited talk, and I'm sure this talk is also going to bring a lot of queries in your mind, because when I see the title right now, it is very sensitive area topic, but at the same time will definitely entice you all to ask questions. So the second talk will be delivered by Professor Ms. Luna Samanta ma'am, and she's been here, and I'll be inviting ma'am to come and present her idea and views on the topic titled parental factors in recurrent pregnancy loss as a woman health issue. So, Madam is a professor in Department of Geology, Ravinsa University, Cuttack, and she has received her PhD from Utkal University in zoology and has been Associate Professor of Zoology at Ravinsa University, and right now she is also the HOD of Zoology, and she has been a Commonwealth Academic Fellow at Institute of Reproductive and Development Biology, Imperial College London. That was during 2012. During her tenure, her work on overlapping dose responses of spermatogenic and extragonadal testosterone actions revealed the principle of male hormonal contraception. She has been recipient of Government of India's Raman Postdoctoral Fellowship to US and had worked at American Center for Reproductive Medicine, OUO US. Madam has been awarded by Young Scientist Award of Odisha Science Academy and K.K. Nair Prize for outstanding research publications by University of Kerala, and her current research interests are focused on identifying biological markers of oxidative stress, DNA damage, autophagy using proteomic research tools and bioinformatics. She has published numerous papers and articles and has been one of our cherished researchers in this area. We are privileged to have you here, Madam, in this session, and we are looking forward to hear from you on this very, very sensitive topic which you have chosen. And I'm sure there are a lot of queries which will definitely should be asked from the audience as such. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Sharanjit, for this nice introduction, though I am humble. I don't deserve like that, but I'll try to prove my points before you. So after listening to Priyanka Madam on the all-inclusive development in corporate sector for the women's and for a sustainable development in post-COVID era, so I'll just want to bring you down to another thing where the women are blamed for no fault of theirs. So particularly in the context of Odisha, where maternal mortality rate is pretty high in comparison to other states. So why I chose this topic being a woman is that I have seen one of my friend and one of my student suffering from recurrent pregnancy loss, more than 2 to 3 pregnancy losses before 20 weeks of their gestation, right? So the mental agony and trauma through which they have gone through, and when they discuss those things with me, it compelled me to take up this particular challenging one, where really the women are blamed, or women should be blamed or not. Actually, when you look into the treatment scenario for reproductive biology or the infertility, most often after the advent of assisted reproductive technology, just like intracytoplasmic sperm injection, people thought that all male factor infertility is treatable. So what is more in there, we can just isolate the eggs from the woman and then inject the spermatozoa, and the embryos will be formed and they can be given a child. But when you look into the particular aspect, even after ISCA or intracytoplasmic sperm injection, the assisted reproductive technology success rate never increased beyond 40%. So why there is a 60% failure? And even in all this assisted reproductive technology or ART, it is always the woman who is in torture. That means you are always playing with her body by regulating her hormone level, and the hormone treatments are never that easy. And the physical trauma and the mental agony through which the woman undergoes even in ART without even being guaranteed a successful pregnancy is beyond what you can say, beyond tolerance, or sometimes it is so miserable that one should have to be with them to understand the pain. So for that, we took this particular one, infertility affects 15% of the couples in their reproductive age. It actually creates an emotional and physiological as well as psychological trauma, both in couples. It is a major life crisis in social context, and WHO has already declared infertility as a disease. And all all these ART technologies are directed towards the women. They are more biased. And however, most of the women-oriented problems are easily treatable because each woman generates actually 1 or 2 eggs per cycle. So it is almost concentrated on that. You can regulate the ovulation cycle, and each girl is born with a limited number of oocytes. And besides that, all the anatomical changes like a septum in the uterus or a block in the fallopian tube are easily treatable with minimum minor surgical interventions. So hormonal therapy, your surgical treatment and other things are possible for women in problem. But what happens in case of male? Each day it produces millions of spermatozoa, and you require only a single motile good-looking spermatozoa to fertilize, to carry the paternal component as a courier boy to the oocyte so as to generate the next generation. So therefore, all the treatments in ART technology are more or less biased towards women. And then this was the compelling cause for us to look into the male factors. So men are as likely as women for infertility treatment. Are scientists other than the WHO parameters useful in evaluating male infertility? That is because the gold standard for a man's evaluation is the semen analysis, which says that what is the viscosity of the semen, what is the pH of the semen, how many number of spermatozoa are there, whether all the spermatozoa are good looking or they have certain abnormalities in their morphology, or whether they are motile enough to cross the female genital tract to reach the fallopian tube to fertilize the oocyte or not. These are the fundamental standard things that is limited by WHO criteria. However, the international priority setting partnership for infertility as well as the Michigan Action Plan for Infertility and Assisted Reproductive Technology, they said that, including the American Society for Reproductive Medicine, ASRM, they are of the opinion that WHO standards are good for preliminary survey, but they do not answer all the queries regarding the factors responsible for infertility in men. So, looking into that, the spontaneous recurrent pregnancy loss is defined as 2 or more loss of clinical pregnancies, that is before the 20 weeks of gestation, and includes both embryonic as well as the fetal losses. Like very young, small embryos or even the fetal, where the fetus is already formed, it may have. It affects approximately 2.5% of women, and up to 50% of cases, no etiology is known. In 50% of cases, there may be a problem in paternal karyotype, there may be some hormonal change problems, or there may be certain anatomical changes in the mother, so as there is a pregnancy loss, and those things are treatable. But all the other 50% cases, there are certain immunological factors as well in the mother. So all this, all rest of the 50% of the cases where the etiology is not known. So therefore, RPL is always investigated from the women's perspective because of the conception and delivery. And recent evidences show that involvement of male factor as one of the probable cause in various type of infertility, not necessarily RPL. And we have also provided certain preliminary evidences, that is by student Gayatri Mahanti, sedated and oxidative predominance in the semen, which might be a contributing factor, because this oxidative predominance where the free radicals are more generated by the spermatozoa as well as the leukocytes present in the semen, thereby damage the sperm DNA, which might be one of the reason for having a fertilized egg with a developing embryo but difficult to sustain it. But the exact cause behind is not known. So this is our first work where with the advancement of the technology, we gradually started from the biochemical analysis to more intense proteomic tools, using more intense proteomic tools. So initially we found that in spermatozoa, we know that DNA is there, and all DNA are wrapped around the histone proteins, and these histone proteins make it compact, so that in a somatic cell where the 2-meter long DNA is captured inside a very tiny nucleus of this cell, right? So this folding and folding by the histones make it non-functional. Whenever and wherever it is required, a portion of the DNA unwinds and transcription starts, making the RNA, which translates into proteins to make the cell functional. That is also true for the spermatocytes or the sperm mother cells. But what happens during spermatogenesis is that most of these histones are replaced by another protein which is known as protamine. So 85% histones are lost during this process. Why is it so? It is just to make the genetic material very compact so that spermatozoa can acquire better motility and reach the oocyte. If you look at that point, so spermatozoa is nothing but a courier boy, like a Swiggy Zini which carries the paternal component and delivers it to the oocyte, the mother, so as to create the baby. So in that case, the more compactly it is packaged, the less is the chance of fragmentation and the better is the chance of survivability. And that's why the nature has created that platform to replace the histones with protamines. But if there is a change in this replacement, so instead of protamines, more of the histones are retained, and that makes it more attackable by the other enzymes so as to create the DNA fragmentation. So we propose that because of the histone retention and more free radical generation, most of the spawn proteins are carbonylated, membrane lipids are damaged due to free radical chain reaction for lipid peroxidation, and that might play a possible role in recurrent pregnancy loss, which has been reported that there is fragmented DNA in the spermatozoa of fathers whose partner suffers from a pregnancy loss. So what is the cause for this fragmentation? Because if you look into spermatozoa, it is transcriptionally and translationally silent. More or less is limited, right? Besides certain mitochondrial transcription, most of the transcription, because it is devoid of cytoplasm, the DNA nucleus is packaged into into the head region, so the entire cytoplasmic components have been discarded because it doesn't have any other role rather than simply delivering the genetic DNA component to the mother, right? So that's why it is devoid of any cytoplasm. So since there is no cytoplasm, so there is no support system. So even if there is a free radical generation, there is no antioxidant defense to protect it, or it is pretty limited with only maybe mitochondrial, but the mitochondrial role in spermatozoa is still debated, whether it is a rudimentary one or it is actually a functional one, because there is a very thick sheath around the mitochondria of spermatozoa which limits its participation in sperm functions. But since sperm is too motile, that's why people think that it is the highly energy producing or ATP generating system, so that you have a spirally coiled large number of mitochondria in a single cell, right? So whatever it may be, with these things we went to the next one when our lab acquired. So the spermatozoa, despite being transcriptionally and translationally dormant, undergoes several modifications at molecular level during their transit through both male and female reproductive tract. I mind you, both male and female, because testis produces the spermatozoa. But these testicular spermatozoa are immotile and immature. They get their maturity with full functional motility in the epididymis. So, and during this migration, there must be some changes, and the functional part of any cell is the proteins. So, if it is transcriptionally and translationally silent, then how does this protein profile changes? So, that is the first question we put. The second is, if ISCA or intracytoplasmic sperm injection is the answer to male infertility, then why there is no success rate, increase in success rate? The second thing is that, if that is the case, why nature invested so many organs to produce seminal plasma? And it is an energy demanding process, and it contains so many vast number of proteins. Its protein component is equal to that of the blood plasma. There is more than 10,000 proteins have been identified in blood plasma, so in the seminal plasma. So why nature invested such a huge energy for production of the seminal plasma if they don't have any role in reproduction, and it is only for the sake of the spermatozoa which will migrate? So then that is the question we looked into, the seminal plasma component of the fathers who have suffered recurrent pregnancy loss. Then many proteins and RNAs associated with extracellular vesicles are known to deliver their product to neighboring cells, thereby regulate their function. And seminal plasma is also reported to have a large number of extracellular vesicles. Extracellular vesicles are small tiny vesicles, lipid bound membranes, which carry RNA or protein and are generated by a donor cell and is received by a recipient cell, thereby the recipient cell's function is regulated. Sometimes the seminal plasma vesicles are also generated so as to discard the used products in them. So with this preliminary background, we plan out to study the sperm proteome initially by two-dimensional gel electrophoresis followed by mass spectroscopy, because at that point of time we didn't have access to LCMS mass spec. So there what we found is that what we have already observed in our biochemical assay, that there is retention of histone, here also, is it okay? No. Why not working? So go to the back side. Okay. So can I move there? Right. You can say that most of the proteins which isolated in the spermatozoa, it shows that there is retained histones, particularly the testis specific histone H1 is accumulated in the spermatozoa. Here we took only the good looking highly motile spermatozoa, discarding all the immature ones by density gradient centrifugation of the semen, so that all the ugly and non-functional spermatozoa are out. So probably these are the spermatozoa which has the capability of fertilization, thereby create the embryo may not grow. So here also we found that the histone retention is there, and all the antioxidant genes or the genes which are responsible for more oxidative processes are more in there. So it is probably due to these proteins, the DNA fragmentation occurs, so which may lead to sperm proteins which are, you can see here, the glutathione peroxidase 4, which is a phospholipid hydroperoxide glutathione peroxidase present in the sperm nucleus to protect it from free radical damage. It is upregulated in this spermatozoa, showing that it might be an adaptive response. Similarly, the immunological JAK-STAT kinase protein regulator JIP4 is also upregulated, and the zinc finger protein 248 is upregulated. These zinc finger proteins are responsible for chromatin remediation for transcription process. So that shows that this spermatozoa may look mature but actually not mature. Still its transcription process is not limited. So and then this sperm specific HSP-A2 is a head sock protein which is A2, and this particular chaperone is responsible for modulation of sperm proteins and modulating the sperm membrane proteins, so that the cholesterol efflux takes place for capacitation and other thing. That particular protein is downregulated. So this shows that probably the proteins are produced, the proteins are there, but they are not properly in shape. So in biology, complementarity is the key. So just like every lock has its own key, every enzyme has its own key, every ligand has its own receptor. So if your proteins are not folded properly, then obviously what happens? Your protein-protein interaction is not perfect. That's why when you have the spermatozoa with the protein, they do not work properly. So there might be upregulation in these proteins or downregulation of the rest of the proteins with the glutathione S transferase, which is also another antioxidant enzyme, as well as xenobiotic prevention enzyme that is downregulated. All these proteins might be there, but they are not properly folded. That's why although this is a good looking motile spermatozoa, it is not capable of expressing all the early paternal genes so that the embryo can proceed further. But this was a two-dimensional electrophoresis apparatus where we have found more than 20 proteins to be differentially regulated. But due to the financial crunches, we can only mass spectroscopic analysis is done in these proteins, taking into account the densitometric graph where it is maximum upregulation or maximum downregulation is observed. So this, when we are not satisfied with the result because it doesn't give us a complete story, then we again did that with more mass spectroscopic analysis by LCMS and followed by tandem mass spectroscopy, where we find again a large number of proteins, including those ones. And here we found clustering. It's a multifunctional protein. This multifunctional protein has multiple functions. They are responsible for apoptotic clearance of defective spermatozoa. Since this protein was downregulated, probably the spermatozoa we are getting here is not properly segregated from the rest of the pools. So it might not actually doesn't have a good spermatozoa because during the passage of the epididymis and subsequently all the damaged spermatozoa are generally excluded by apoptotic mechanism. Apoptosis is nothing but a programmed cell death where the cell knows that okay, I do not have enough things to survive properly, so let me die and donate all my components for a better synthesis of newer components. So this apoptosis is not properly done, so therefore this spermatozoa is not perfect. And the other thing is that this clustering helps in DNA dependent repair. So whatever free radical mediated oxidative damage is there, probably it is not repaired properly. Therefore, this damaged DNA epigenetic modification is there, which is responsible for the sperm dysfunction, and therefore we do not have a proper functional form. And these two we already have there. And then what about the seminal plasma? Because we know that the seminal plasma is responsible for counteracting with the vaginal acidity, because female vaginal tract is acidic so as to regulate its microbiome, because we have a shorter reproductive tract which is exposed to the environment. So nature has devised in that way, but spermatozoa cannot survive in an acidic pH. Therefore, the prostatic secretion makes it more alkaline towards coming back towards the physiological range. So is seminal plasma responsible for that much only? No. The first thing is that when a single virus or a single bacteria enters into a body, the immune system reacts to create so many antibodies, right? But the spermatozoa itself is a complete cell entering into the female body. Then how come the female body accepts it? Even the embryo itself is foreign to the mother. Then how the mother accepts it? So probably the immune system of the mother is regulated through these seminal plasma proteins, which are responsible for suppressing the female reproductive tract immune system so that the spermatozoa as well as the embryo is accepted by the mother. This was our hypothesis. So we looked into the seminal plasma extracellular vesicles. Why extracellular vesicles? Because they are the mediators of carrying the genes or proteins for regulation. So here what we found in that, here if you take the seminal vesicles, so your seminal plasma is a mixture from epididymis, seminal vesicle, ventral prostate and all. So they contain these exosomes or extracellular vesicles. Exosomes is only one component. Extracellular vesicles is the major components, like all together depending upon their sizes, whereas the large size vesicles are usually the apoptotic bodies. So we wanted to analyze what type of extracellular vesicles are there in recurrent pregnancy loss patients' father's semen. So to our surprise, what we found, all these proteins which are responsible DNA repair are there in the extracellular vesicles. So that means these extracellular vesicles, these proteins which might have been donated to the spermatozoa for maintaining its integrity as not delivered. That's why they are present still in the seminal plasma. So that might be the reason why this spermatozoa has a fragmented chromatin or fragmented DNA. Similarly, all these proteins, the complement system proteins, are downregulated in recurrent pregnancy loss patients. So these proteins which are supposed to be delivered to the female reproductive tract to suppress the maternal immune system so as to accept the spermatozoa or the embryo has not been properly functional, right? So, and all these mass spectroscopic data were analyzed through Western blot to validate that whatever computationally we identified are truly present in these extracellular vesicles. Going back to our in-depth one, by comparing the spermatozoa, extracellular vesicle and extracellular vesicle seminal plasma, we found that most often it is the immune, because this is the characterization of all the extracellular vesicles, so that these are not contaminated ones, they are actual vesicles. And we found that it is the immune signaling pathway that is most often affected in this seminal plasma, which doesn't work in unison with the spermatozoa. And I don't want to go detail into this protein-protein interaction, it will be too boring for the persons who do not work in this field. But definitely this seminal plasma doesn't regulate the mother's body properly to accept the embryo. And more than 90% of the placental proteins, which is generated by the trophoblastic placenta is from the embryo's trophoectodome. And these trophoectodome genes are totally regulated by paternal genome. So trophoectodome is, you have an embryo proper, if you say, okay.
Madam, can I request to wind up in
Yes, 1 minute, sir. Okay. So if you look here, this blastocyst stage, you can find the outermost layer is the trophoectodome, which forms the placenta. And these genes are regulated by father's component, right? So, and then we found that this testis-specific chaperone with a completely computational as well as a validation study that it is actually downregulated in the spermatozoa. So what is our take-home message? Oxidative damage, oxidative stress and DNA damage may be the markers. A key finding of the study was clustering a predominant oxidative stress protein that takes part in an array of pre- and post-fertilization molecular processes found to understand and confirmed by the Western analysis. And these are the proteins which can be treated as a biomarker to study the paternal contribution to recurrent pregnancy loss, and this immunological signaling pathway dismantled in these patients might be responsible for regulating the mother's body not to accept the or contain the fetus for a longer period of time. So with this word, I do acknowledge all the funding from all the different agencies, and particularly my students Gayatri, Nirlipta, Soumya, Jasmine and Sugan. Gayatri and Nirlipta has already accepted this Young Scientist Award by American Society of Reproductive Medicine as well as American Society for Urology, and Soumya just got another award for Asia Pacific Initiative in Reproductive Research. So all is their work. So I am here to present only. So these are the stalwarts who did it. It is their work, their idea. Thank you.
Thank you so much, madam. I'll make this floor open for any query if you have. Yes, sir, please.
Thank you, sir. Yes. Yes. Yeah.
So what I personally think that the spermatozoa has its own life cycle, right?
Yes.
So it has some time-bound
Yes.
development.
Yes.
So the course of development, in the course of development, you have shown that some hits of proteins and GPX, some of the proteomes, they are responsible. So have you done a time course of sort of thing over the period of time, what exactly express? And second point is that you have shown that DNA damage. Have you gone to the DNA level of transcriptome study and correlating that proteome with the transcripts which are responsible, and also subsequently the pathways that what they exactly signal, which pathway get how the crosstalk of the pathways it operates there?
Yes, when we are talking about the testicular spermatozoa or spermatocytes, round spermatids, this is quite done. But when you are looking for the ejaculated spermatozoa, because if you are addressing a human sample, you are not accessible to the testes. You cannot touch that. But we have analyzed that in your, there are certain patients where there is obstructive azoospermia, means absence of spermatozoa at the ejaculate, and it is obstruction because of the obstruction. Then the urologist takes it from testicular aspiration or epididymal aspiration. Both CODA and caput epididymal aspiration shows that the protein complement is changed. But your spermatozoa transcription and translation are silent. There is no cytoplasm, most of them the no ribosome, but fragments of ribosomal proteins or certain residual RNAs are there. We are looking into now the RNAs present in these extracellular vesicles, like the microRNAs, circular RNAs and others, which might be responsible for regulation. Because spermatozoa physiology is completely different than that of the normal other cells physiology. When it is ejaculated, it is only the compactly packaged nucleus and a tail, prehensile tail, so as to make it motile. But yet, functionally it is different. It is non-functional till it is released from the testis, aqueous motility during epididymal transport, and when it is deposited in the female reproductive tract, it is instantly clotted. And during this clotting time, which is 10 minutes to 30 minutes, probably these exosomes are released to regulate the female immune system so as to make it motile. And again, the female progesterone makes it hypermotility, gives it hypermotility. So when the function changes, obviously the protein component changes. but how these proteins are released, or they are donated by some other factors, or they are activated by this thing. So chaperones and the extracellular vesicles are the answer. I am not present at the transcriptome analysis of the exosome. That is there with us, but we are looking for the data.
Another question, ma'am, whether any regulatory authority is there for this thing, or in India operates, or whether?
Yes. ICMR itself has the regulatory authority. It has created the ART Bill 2022. Right now it is released. Before that it has a SOP in place. Besides that, you have the Indian Society of Assisted Reproduction, Indian Society for Study of Reproduction and Fertility, as well as Association of Clinical Embryologists India, which work together in concert with the Government of India to devise the protocols.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, madam, and thank you for a very, very insightful deep dive into an area which is very sensitive. My expectation was definitely you could have linked something on the psychological side.
Sir, I am basic biologist.
I know. So that's just a problem. We are all, I mean, I am also an engineer. So I put myself into hard applied sciences.
Yes.
So we would love to listen from you once, probably the work which you are actually carrying.
Yeah.
Can combine someone from the social sciences side.
Yes, sir.
And bring in that emotional and psychological content part, because I feel so RPL as such has been considered taboo till date.
Yes.
And you started very well where you mentioned that normally the other side of diversity, I mean, which I also place myself there, it is hard for them to digest it.
Yes.
But that is very insightful for entire other part of the diversity to understand, acknowledge it, and probably if the application of this, the science, combines with on the social sciences and psychological part of it, it will create a lot of, you can say, awakening for the other side of the masses to know that probably, I mean, the science can answer those taboos and those mindset as well.
Actually, in very beginning, I have already told that one of my friend and one of my student has suffered from this, and it is their mental agony that provoked me to take up this challenge.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for a wonderful talk. And I request Professor Ms. Kajal to please come forward and do the honor of presenting. Please, sir.
It's always a pleasure to receive it from my big brother.
Before that, I'll just tell you, Luna, someone.
No, it's Luna is better. It doesn't sounds good from you.
We know each other for a long time, so it is a pleasure to, she's an expert in her discipline.
Thank
we
you.
do not understand.
Thank you, sir. It's always a pleasure to be here. Thank you, madam. Thank you so much. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
So the big part of this seminar is we have tried our best to connect the busiest personality of the whole whole system. इस फोन पर भी कुछ मैम नहीं ठीक है ये थोड़ा बाहर आ गया
Kajal ma'am, can we proceed with the next? Thank you. Because I was just waiting, I was just reading through the introduction of Professor Dr. Sucheta ma'am, and because you were saying something, so I said that probably you will. So friends, very good afternoon to all. We proceed with last but not the least, the invited talk by very own Professor Dr. Sucheta, Priyapatni madam, and I'm personally privileged to work with madam since last 13 years, since I joined KIIT. And madam is an eminent social scientist in the field of academics, art, culture and social activism. She began her academic career in social sciences from Utkal University, Odisha, where she topped both graduation and post-graduation and did her PhD from Utkal University as well. She subsequently completed her D.Litt from KIT. Her academic pursuit later took her to Australia in year 2010 for postdoctoral research on Indian women professionals, their role in bilateral linkages between Australia and India, under Endeavour Research Award at Monash University, Melbourne. She has published several papers to her credit in national and international journals. Besides presenting research papers at various universities at national and international level, she presented a paper on feminine power, spirituality and human well-being at 63rd Annual UNDPI NGO Conference at Melbourne, Australia. And she has been also very active in writing columns in leading newspapers, contributing to various textbooks and so on and so on. So if I'll keep on reading, probably it's an endless introduction to Madam. I know she has been working very closely with a lot of institutions at Korea, South Korea especially, and Australia. I have been privileged to work with her. Madam was instrumental in guiding thousands and thousands of students at our own student activity centers. She was earlier the Dean Director there. Now she has been actually handling a very challenging role of student counseling and counselor as a director. I was been speaking to her where day in, day out we have been talking to our students, and when I take care of training and placements, there are a lot of pitfalls and challenges with respect to students' aspirations in career, and probably Madam will come very, her acumen in counseling students will come very handy, rather I'll say it like that, to mitigate those things. We look forward to hearing from you, ma'am, and your topic for today's orientation and talk is Women in Technical Education for Sustainable Development. Thank you all for joining for this session.
Thank you, Professor Charanjit Singh, sir. And yes, privileged to be introduced by you. I'll not take much time because it's already 1:45. It was supposed to be over by 1:10, I think. Anyways, all my earlier speakers, I mean, okay, I can connect to Priyanka Anand, Madam. Some connection is there on her topic, but Luna ma'am's topic, it goes over my head. So, because I am a social scientist, not scientist like you people. However, I am from all girls family and studied in girls' school and women's college. So right from my childhood, I had, to know, a curiosity to know whether there is a glass ceiling or glass mountain or glass walls are there, whether it is there or not. Then joining this technical university, KIIT, in 2004, then again I had curiosity to know whether there is a gap, gender gap in engineering. Boys and girls entering into civil and mechanical engineering specifically. So I did D.Litt on that subject. So women in engineering, whether the gap is there or not, whether that prejudice is there or not, gender prejudice is there or not. So my topic, again I did a survey in 2019, taking into 5 engineering institute in Bhubaneswar. So whatever I have found out, that only I am going to present you. So the world cannot afford the loss of the talents of half of the people if we are to solve the many problems which beset us, as told by Rosalind Yalow, American women scientist and Nobel laureate. So in the context of lesser representation of women in the field of science and technology, which is so pertinent in the present day educational scenario. And in today's society, it's a high-tech knowledge society, and it is until 20th century, only a few privileged women, they were allowed in scientific and engineering academics. When I was studying in 83, there were only 4 or 3 engineering, government engineering colleges were there, and medical colleges, maybe 2 or 3 were there. And very few seats were there for engineering and medical students. So it was not a privilege for us to join. Yes, very high, the seats were very limited, so we couldn't join that. Now, there has been a tremendous growth in number of science and engineering degree granted to women now in 21st century. At the beginning of 21st century, it started. Maybe because due to accelerated pace of industrialization, urbanization, and globalization, maybe, or the demand of these engineers, demand of these technical students, maybe because of that, it has been increased. And Odisha has also taken a new strides in technical education. And it was mentioned by Charusudan Kasuri in Hindustan Times in 2011 that the number of women choosing engineering has more than doubled since 2001, then 2011, then now in 2021. Now it was increased up to 2009, women in engineering, but then again it was a fall in 2009 up to maybe 4 or 5 years. Then again it is increasing, but now again it has decreased. Professor Singh will agree with me. Now the scenario is very bad for mechanical and civil engineering, and what to talk about women in engineering in civil and mechanical. Isn't it, sir? Saranjit Singh, sir? So, what are the topics to be discussed? It was already shown. I'll not take much time. Then, educational scenario in Odisha. Many research studies globally suggest that rise in the rate of higher education of women enhances their living standard and decision-making power. So, the more they grow in education, they'll have the financial independence, they'll have the decision-making power in the family or in the society. Now, again, when I entered this university, I saw some women, they were going, my office was there in between civil and mechanical engineering. So I could see the engineering students, the male students, they go like a lion, you can say. But the women students, they were going inside the lab or inside their classes. So I asked them, why are you doing like this? So ma'am, this is because we have taken civil engineering, and some of them mechanical engineering is just next to this our management, School of Management campus. So again, I wanted to know, so I sat with them for several times in their classes, lab classes, and in their theory classes. In the morning only, when Kajal ma'am told me, asked me 2-3 days back, I said, okay, I can tell about women in engineering. Being a non-scientist, yes, I dare to do that. So if you can excuse me in that. Because I'm in a technical university, so I would like to know whether there is a gap or not. Now in the morning, I saw this 2021 National Family Health Survey. It shows that in 2011, the higher education literacy rate is 80.89%, and in 2021 it is 84.70% for male, and for female 2011 female is 64.64%, and 2021 it has increased to 70.30%. So it has increased. There is an increase in the enrollment in higher education, but still it is low. And that I have already told you that 64.0% are female in engineering. Now, come to the next one. Yes. Now, what are the inspiration? Who all are the inspiration for women to take engineering as their career? So I found out the father, and more than the father, the other relatives like uncle, then or kokka ho, or dada ho, chacha and all these people, they are like role model to these students. Apart from their father, the other relatives, the uncles, they played a vital role in taking engineering as a subject. And apart from their mindset to face the challenges in the society. Now, social scientists widely regard children's experience at home and at a school as dominant mechanism of the primary socialization. Some researchers have said that for women, engineering is less a natural career path than an academic one. That a woman will enter engineering more often due to encouragement from a family member, teacher, or parent on the basis of a strong math and science ability. Now, you must have seen right from our childhood, some will say, no, you cannot do that. Science or maths it's for boys, not for girls. So, right from our childhood, it has been there, ingrained in our mind that we cannot do that. So women students in engineering and the inspirational factors contributing to their enrollment in engineering, surprisingly, as I told you, the important factors, and interestingly, over half of the women mentioned fathers because of the active role they were playing in their daughters' lives and decisions. Fathers were described as creating opportunity for the daughters to enter into the engineering field, as exemplified by one woman's explanation that my father had the maximum influence on my decision to take engineering as a career. Once I asked, and the girl said, ma'am, my father is a mechanical engineer, and I wanted to know about mechanical engineering. That's why I have taken mechanical as my subject or as my discipline in the BTech program. Then the next one, why do they choose engineering as a career? Choosing a career is a matching process where a person matches with his or her need with the field she chooses. Reasons for choice can be various. 95% of girls attribute the factors like globalization, industrialization, or economic policy, automation and computerization, because nowadays more students, they are taking computer engineering, not other subject as their discipline. So with regard to satisfaction and sustainability of women students in engineering, vast majority of the respondents replied in the affirmative. Further, they stated that by choice and temperament, they preferred this profession and not accidentally. Then they knew, when they joined, they knew that yes, this is the subject, we'll have to face challenges. So that is why they have taken this civil and mechanical engineering. And it is found that 92% of women students are very much career conscious. Not like accidentally they have taken. They took the discipline by their choice and career oriented, whereas only 8% girls are indecisive. So for choosing engineering, it has seen that 65.8% of female and 66.8% of male, they have chosen because for their career success. Now they choose engineering as a career opportunity because of what it provides in terms of employment and status. Unlike boys, they were found to be more sensitive to reputation rather than the pay packages. The next one, yes. Now the challenges. The the studies has shown that women are not driven away by technology because of lack of ability, but rather because of an atmosphere of dominant masculinity. So gender biased attitude in the Indian society, in the Indian societal context, especially applied sciences and engineering, is socially rather than naturally or psychologically unsuitable for most of the women. And discriminatory establishment setup, it is, if I'll show you the next one, you can see all the equipment, all the machines, it was so designed that it is for the male person, not for the female person. So socio-demographic profile, age, class, caste, gender, parents' education and profession, type of school, type of family, it matters a lot. Then perception and attitude regarding the subject, aims, goals and satisfaction from the curriculum, educational setup, motivational factor and mentors. These are the parameters which they choose. I mean, these are for the choosing engineering and upward. So many students said that when they entered the college, they didn't know much about engineering or understand what an engineering really does. And roughly 25% of the students explained that having a family member, parent, sibling or other relatives who was an engineer was an important in their decision to pursue engineering. Now one student, I'll just quote one, Shilpi Sinha of Civil Engineering stream, KT University said, I chose the stream as my career option just to step aside the previous notions that civil engineering is predominantly meant for men. So that's what she wanted to see, that yes, I can do it. So my dad, my grandfather and cousins were all engineers. It was predestined for me to take civil engineering as my discipline. So many of the respondents said that they decided to become engineers because they wanted to prove to themselves, to their friends, to their families or to the society that they could succeed in this challenging field. So respect and social prestige attained while participating in a challenging college program were some of the most encouraging factors in taking up engineering. The next one. Yes, you can see those machines and these things. Is there a sense of insecurity among girls? Does the learning environment foster assertiveness and empowerment of girls? Our peer group, teachers emotionally, socially, and pedagogically prepared to deal with gender issues in their daily practice? Are there very few mentors are there? So ergonomic needs, infrastructure built in the lab doesn't suit to the ergonomic needs of women students in mechanical and civil engineering. Now molding platform can be replaced. This is just a suggestion, Singh sir. Molding platform can be replaced by bench molding. It's difficult for girls to do work comfortably or kneel down and do the work in the lab. Then forging hearths for blacksmiths. Can we have goldsmith or any other material? Hard materials need to be pre-processed for machines and welding. They can use, they are using now iron and steel. It's so hard. I went to the lab so many times. Can we replace with softer materials like brass, copper, aluminum, etc.? So softer materials, can it be? Now the awareness program should be there. Tackling the disadvantages in engineering should involve multi-layered and multi-dimensional awareness should be there. Then role models are less for women engineers at the top level. Only they can correlate themselves to Indra Nooyi or some other people, but no role models are there at the top engineering field. Now what could be the next, because I know people are really, I mean, it's already over time. Then recommendation networking can be one of the recommendation, that providing them with information, support and the knowledge that they are not alone in the challenges. The teachers, they can encourage, and right from school, if we can encourage the girl students to take up science, engineering or agriculture as their subject. That STEM, which ma'am has told, yes, that can be encouraged, and providing opportunity to socialize and learn with other students through study groups and a variety of other support activities. Coaching centers should be comfortable for them to reach out, involving students in the planning of community building services, allowing students more time and resources by revisiting and possibly revising the engineering curriculum. Engineering curriculum should be revised. It should be not gender biased towards the male, but it should be balanced. Gender parity should be there. Then data collection and analysis approaches that could benefit engineering institution and their student include administering brief questionnaire to engineering student, for instance, incorporating a mini questionnaire into the online registration that would periodically give administrators a snapshot of students' perception about the department, their courses, the instruction, and their self-confidence. So longitudinally, tracking individual students in engineering departments from the time to time they enter until they graduate. And specifically for girl students, what are their problems and why do they drop out from the university? So if you can have a monitoring system right from their entering the college and at the time of leaving the college. So integrating data, keeping with monitoring and mentoring of all students, particularly young undergraduate girls. Then the last one, I think. Yes, it has been seen that, as I told you, no role model are there at the top level. There should be a policy to introduce emancipatory curriculum and school practices to counter the gender messages in the society at large. So the women students have broken the barrier of glass ceiling by entering into different technical fields, which were the monopoly of male students earlier, but nowadays more girl students are entering into this mechanical and civil, but at large it has been reduced, the mechanical and civil engineering enrollment for students, not only for female, for males as well. Now it requires a kind of social change that can be possible only if gender prejudice is recognized as a serious accomplice in shaping of gender disadvantage, and that system or systematic action must be undertaken against it, involving multi-party engagement at macro social level, meso institutional level, and micro individual level. So the study and the experience and how the present to be satisfactory, but the future holds promise for sustainable development. And to convert this promise into reality, we all should lend helping hand to all the girl students right from the school level. So that's my concern and that's my request to all of us, that to help the students, girl students, to go more and more into science and technology. So thank you, all of you.
Thank you, Professor Suchita, Madam, and I'm sure this is a kind of $1 million debate. And being an academician, and that too in the area of art sciences engineering, an academic administrator, I mean, there are a lot of things which are coming in my mind while you were running through the slides. And I'm sure a lot of faculty members as well. Professor Kumar has been smiling. And of course, it's a very, very important aspect. But we will not take a deep dive into engineering as such per se, because you've been running slides on the engineering side. But we're taking cue from what Priyanka Madam said. I have to reconfigure and confirm. She mentioned that there is 35% of participation from the gender diversity side in STEM verticals, STEM side. So of course, I'm sure this might be a significant a change on the higher side of it. As we pass on year after year, I have to figure out the change happening this percentage as well. So somewhere if we are close to 40%, 45% down the line, then we are on the right track probably. So how it has been correlated and how it has been, the direction of that correlation is also important. There could be a very, very strong evidence of correlation, but whether the direction is positive or not, that also has to be seen. So, but this is a very interesting area, and I hope some of us can take this as one of a research project doing some correlations analysis also, maybe limited to certain pockets, especially in Eastern India region. So, thank for a very, very insightful discussion and a talk. I entice and I request audience to have any queries in this regard. The floor is open. You want to ask any query from your side? Kumar sir, would you like to ask madam any query? Because you are a proud father of 2 daughters, and I'm sure both of them have not taken engineering as their profession. Madam mentioned one very interesting thing. Madam mentioned when somebody, which is true also, somebody if in a family is already an engineer is a factor which affects a girl child taking engineering as a career. But sometimes it's other way around also. I am probably one of the examples. So my only son took a career which is beyond engineering and sciences. He said that no, nothing to do with engineering and nothing to do with, so nothing to do with hard sciences as well. So he's completely on creative sciences side. Over to you, Kumar. So guys, we'll just take another couple of minutes.
Yep.
I invited Kumar so that we'll wind up from this session.
We always speak together, all of us, to address the students.
No, while I was listening to Sujita madam, as Dr. Singh rightly said, I was just thinking on one line. Yes, I became an engineer, not by choice, but by compulsion. I wanted to become a doctor, I became an engineer. And the next best option available for me then was, if I became an engineer, do an MBA. And to do an MBA, at that point of time, there was a lot of parental pressure. She talked about parental pressure. My father said, being the only child, XLRI or XIMB. So I got through XIMB, worked for 15 years, came back to education, enjoying my stint in KIT for the last 10 years. But honestly speaking, 2 things where I was thinking of putting these views to what Suchita madam was saying. One, both my daughters, my elder daughter, in fact, when I saw sir here, and sir will also agree, both our daughters were batchmates, and both our daughters took a choice which we as fathers never wanted them to. My daughter came across and said that I want to do my graduation in sustainable development. While Dr. Singh and me are going to talk on the subject today, believe me, some 4 years back, 3 years back, I knew what it was, but then having a full-fledged graduation course on sustainability was something that I started to learn with my daughter. Yes, parental pressure was, I would say, grandparental pressure. My parents said, engineering or medical, what is this? And my daughter said, no, I'm going to do this. So as parents, we supported. My younger one is in class 11 right now, and she's chosen a career, and she says, no engineering, no medical for me, and I want to do a course in photography, and that too she's chosen where she wants to. Dr. Singh's son chose a career into film and media, which I'm sure he never wanted to. He wanted his son to be doing his engineering. He said, no, I'm not going to do it. So madam, when you talk about parental pressure, fathers, both poor fathers sitting out here, another poor father sitting out here, whom I know. There'll be many more poor fathers sitting out here. So they take their own decisions. To a point which madam talked about in terms of corporates, the mindset has changed, and Priyanka madam also talked about it. There is a lot of focus on diversity and inclusion in the corporates. Corporates want girls to come and choose. And when we talk about the core branches, as madam talked about, some few years back, the pictures that madam said, yes, the girls would say, I don't want to go across and work with a lathe machine. I don't want to go across and work in a field. That's not my job. But today, with the advent of technology, whether it is civil, whether it is mechanical, whether it is electrical, any branch of engineering, things have opened up. So there's a lot of paradigm shift that has happened, and I'm sure that paradigm shift is for the betterment. My 2 pence on this.
Thank you, Professor Kumar.
They have to do there in the lab.
Madam, it's changing. With technology coming in, things are changing.
We should not share our personal views right now here. If you ask me, probably I'll always say we must play the game without changing the rules of the game. So don't ask somebody to become a mechanical engineering without visiting the central workshop. But yes, we must look into, because me and Professor Kumar, maybe after 1 hour, we'll be talking something on sustainable development. We're trying to share our voice with the audience, where we are talking about at source versus end of pipe. So somebody taking a decision at the end of 12 year, plus 2, and then deciding, if we can have a very idealistic system or society in place where students understand things maybe at a much
will live true to violence and discriminations. Women's equality and empowerment is one of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, but also integral to all dimensions of inclusive and sustainable development. Sustainable Development Goal 5 concerns gender equality and is fifth of the 17 Sustainable Development Goal established by the United Nations in 2015. Gender equality is right. Fulfilling their right is the best chance we have been meeting. Some of the most pressing challenges of our time, from economic crisis and lack of health care to climate change, violence against women, and escalating conflicts. Women are not only more affected by these problems, but also possesses ideas and leadership to solve them. The gender discrimination still holding too many women back holds our world back too. The 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and its 17 Sustainable Development Goals adopted by world leaders in 2015 embody a roadmap for progress that the sustainable and leaves no one behind. Achieving gender equality and women's empowerment is integral to each of the 17 goals. Only by ensuring the rights of women and girls across all the goals will we get to justice and inclusion economics that works for all and sustaining our shared environment now and for future generations. This editorial package showcases UNA Women 2018 flagship report, Turning Promises into Action, Gender Equality in a 2030 Agenda. It features data, stories, videos, and publications that illustrate that how and why gender equality matters across all the sustainable development goals and how the goals affects the real lives of women and girls everywhere. Women and girls everywhere must have equal rights and opportunity and be able to live free of violence and discrimination. Women's equality and empowerment is one of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, but also integral to all dimensions of inclusive and sustainable development. Gender equality is a fundamental and invaluable human rights, and women's or girls' empowerment is essential to expand economics growth, promote social development, and enhance business performance. The full incorporation of women's capabilities into labor forces would add percentage points to most national growth rates double digits in many cases. Further investing in women empowerment produces the double dividend of benefiting women and children and is pivotal to the health and social development of families, communities, and nations. Moreover, I would like to say women empowerment is mandatory for sustainable development. Thank you.
The session chair of this particular session is Dr. Ashok Kumar, Professor Ashok Kumar Sahu. He is professor in KIT School of Mechanical Engineering and Director R&D, KIT University. He has done extensive teaching, research, and administrative experience of 25 years. He was former Dean and Director of School of Mechanical Engineering. Professor Sahu has published more than 150 research articles in peer-reviewed journals of international repute. Professor Sahu has been recognized as Indian researchers' top 2% scientists in the world for the year 2020 in the list of Stanford University, US. He is active researcher in the area of hard machining, sustainable machining, composites, fabrication, spray impigmentation, cooling, and there are several lists. It's a long list. He was the president of AICTE MHRD Institution's Innovative Cell for KIT deemed to be university from 2018 till 2020, and currently coordinator of AICTE National Innovation and Startup Policy and Spark Program, KIT University. He has been nominated as International Founding Chair India for World Leadership Academy. He is actively involved sincerely in volunteer service and leadership at professional community and university levels. So now I invite Professor Ashok Kumar Sahu for chairing the session.
Thank you, madam, for your nice introduction. Good afternoon to all of you present here. Welcome to the session 9 of National Seminar on Sustainable Development with Women Empowerment. Let me talk about something about the pioneering research has been carried out by the researchers and professors working in the area of the innovation and sustainability across the globe. And the KIT accent on research includes being the only private university in India to have established center of research, scientific research. It also has a central advanced research facility in KIT to cater the multidisciplinary research, and in collaboration with various industries, a number of center of excellence and specialized school level academic and research laboratories to cater the high-end research work and particularly multidisciplinary research work in the area of the materials research, nanotechnology, and green engine technology, manufacturing, chemical, mechanical, cultural, socio-economical research. We also take pride being the home to the largest tribal university in the world, that is Kalinga Institute of Social Sciences, which is a novel initiative of our honorable founder, Dr. Achyuta Samant sir. I am Dr. Ashok Kumar Sahu, Professor, School of Mechanical Engineering and Director R&D Technology of KIT University, and I will be chairing the sessions which will start, actually in fact it will start at 3:30, but now it is delayed. It will be actually a 1-hour session. So there will be 3 talks by the 3 experts in this session, and each speaker will speak about 15 minutes for their presentation, followed by 5 minutes for question hour discussion. So our first presenter is Professor Chandrasekhar Singh, esteemed Pro-Vice Chancellor of KIT University, and Dr. Kumar Mahanti sir, Director Corporate Relations of the KIT University. Professor Singh is a motivated and gifted teacher who is driven to inspire students to pursue academic and research. He has over 25 years of experience in teaching, research, and academic administration, out of which he has devoted 11 years specifically in the area of career augmentations, training and placement activities of the KIT University. His teaching and research area includes the material processing, competitive manufacturing, cleaner manufacturing, DFX methodology, quality engineering. He has guided 5 PhD scholars and 25 dissertation and has published many paper articles in the reputed journals. He has published 3 books in the area of the material processing, technology, and is a fellow member of Institution of Engineers India. Professor Mahanti is a professor and director corporate relations of the KIT University, BTech with a PGDM from Xavier Institute of Management, Bhubaneswar, with more than 14 years of experience as a marketing manager with NICO, then as a branch manager with Johnson and Nicholson, and Phenolix Cables as an AGM sales, and as business head with IMs before joining the KIT University. So both will speaking on the environmentally benign product take back and product remanufacturing strategies, important tools for achieving United Nations Sustainable Development Goals 12. Please welcome Professor Charanjit Singh sir and Professor Kumar sir to this session. Sir, please.
Thank you, our esteemed colleague and my brother, Professor Sahu, and thank you for the patient participation. Post-lunch is a difficult time, we know, and I'll just speak the context of today's presentation. So, just it was few days back, I was talking to Professor Ms. Kajal and my colleague Professor Kumar and me. We had been told that we should present something from our side. So Kumar comes from managerial background, though also from mechanical background, but predominantly I have been completely into mechanical and research only in manufacturing area, along with Professor Sahu, who is sitting here. But during my initial days of career in teaching and my other organization, I was been actually involved in certain areas of cleaner technologies where I was doing a bit of research. So I thought, okay, why not to revisit the earlier things which I was doing, and let me present something which we were carrying those days. But a very, very high level brief outline of something which we have been doing earlier. So I will not be going and taking a deep dive into the tech as such, because I am just trying to look into the context of the seminar as well, and the audience which has been present right now here. So the topic what we have chosen here today is primarily environmentally benign manufacturing, and what are the strategies for EBM, the environmentally benign manufacturing, and probably how it has been related with sustainable development goals. And if you go through the sustainable development goals, you will find that the agenda 12, as per the new agenda, I'm not talking about agenda 21, which was the earlier one. So as per the new agenda, which is going to be, let's say, we are targeting till 2030 to be attained, the manufacturing is majorly related with that agenda, and it is basically related with production consumption cycle. So it's more on circular economy and production consumption cycle. So that was one of the focus areas, and then Professor Kumar, coming from management background, he said that, okay, I have to bring in certain more aspects into that, and probably Kumar will speak on that. Kumar sir.
Thank you, Dr. Singh, and good afternoon, everybody. As Dr. Singh rightly said, post-lunch sessions anywhere is one of the most difficult sessions. For all the professors and faculty sitting out here, it's a difficult session for you to have a control on your students. And for the students who are sitting out here, one of the most difficult sessions post-lunch to keep yourselves awake. Am I right, guys? That's it. So the students say yes first, because I understand you have to be physically fit or physically present and mentally absent. Right? So what we decided was today, whatever Dr. Singh and me are going to talk about is something that's very relevant. See, today I think all of you, particularly the younger generation, we are living in a world of plenty. We have everything at our disposal, and we have everything in the world to ensure that the disposal takes place properly. But do we do that? You drink a mineral water bottle out here. Do you ensure you go and throw it into the basket? Many a times we don't. At times subconsciously, at times even consciously also. So if you look at a famous saying that Ban Ki-moon, the United Nations Secretary General, had spoke about, we talk about plan B, plan B, plan B. Dr. Singh mentioned about the typical corporate world today, every time we say there has to be a plan B. But this particular saying, if you look at what Ban Ki-moon said, there is no plan B because there is no planet B. We have just this one planet Earth where we are living. And what are we doing today is contributing to the degradation of the Earth that we live in. A few stats to show you. Population, of course, is very steeply growing. No matter what we do, we can't control it. And accordingly, the level of consumption also has been growing up. If you look at the figures out here, these are most startling. The material footprint has increased by 80% from 2000. If you look at the number of bottles of drinking water, 1 million bottles per minute is something that we purchase globally. Look at the statistics, and what do we do with these water bottles? Pani pee liya, phek diya. If you look at the plastic bags that are thrown, 5 trillion per year, single-use plastic, and we still continue to do that. There was a lot of hue and cry. Those of you who are from Bhubaneswar, the Bhubaneswar Municipal Corporation had ensured that these plastic bags is something that you cannot do, and there was a fine attached to it. What did we do? We were the first people to start protesting. And we were the first people who would go to a shop and say, "Mere ko black carry bag chahiye." And that poor fellow, he will take it out from somewhere, niche rakha hoga, la ke deta hai aapko. And today, it has again become a practice. What are we doing? We are contributing to the environmental degradation. If you look at the e-wastes, how many of us, consciously, the moment if the battery is worn out, what do? Throw it into the waste dustbin, throw it into the waste paper bin, that's it. If you look at the kind of mobiles, the younger generation, ye mobile outdated hai, take do, get a new one. So what are we contributing here? To the e-wastes in particular, we are proliferating electronic waste. And look at the data out there, 60 million tons in 2020 and 7.3 kgs of e-waste is generated per person. Look at how we are contributing to the degradation of Earth. And how much of it is recycled? Only 1.7 kg is recycled. 60% is not even disposed of properly. Kahin pe bhi phek diye. Who knows that that can cause a huge environmental pollution tomorrow? We don't care.
Yeah. So there is a brighter side of this also. Well, there's a concept called I was discussing with Sir. So WEEE, what you call it, V. So V is waste in electrical and electronics equipments. So I don't know how many of you know that China is the biggest dumping ground. China consumes almost 70% of the V globally. And the brighter side is company like Lenovo is a US-based company, but every operation is in China. Whatever Lenovo laptops we see today, mostly are been recycled, some of its major of the components. A lot of refurbished market has also come up. India is also one of the players, but all said and done. And the last point also, the fossil fuel consumption, the footprints. See, we have been observing that there has been almost slightly less than 21% decrease in the fossil footprint in last couple of years, but the subsidies are still continuing. It means, let's talk about in India. Even we are talking about EVs and so on and so on and so on, but we are still consuming these fossil fuels. Okay. So what is for the earth to remain habitable? Kumar.
So, as I said, and Dr. Singh also rightly said, we've talked about the flip side of it. But all said and done, the earth has to be habitable and the earth will continue to be habitable. For that, we need to change our mindset from a typical economies of scale mindset to a economies of scope mindset. And when we talk about economies of scale, we hardly have a respect towards the environment. We keep on manufacturing, we keep on producing optimally, but we don't care about the environmental aspects of it as to how much do we contribute to the degradation. But we talk about economies of scope, which is what we should look at, is where the focus has been, is into reuse, repair, recycle, product take back, remanufacture, and demanufacture.
Yeah, so typically, if you talk about cleaner technologies, because I was been involved in some research in that area, so typically we talk about 3 R's. But over a period of time, when I was been involved, I thought that probably there are 5 R's, so I have tried to mention here 5 R's. Today, we'll talk about the last 2 R's here. The recover part, which includes product take back and remanufacture. And when we talk about remanufacture, we cannot neglect demanufacture as well. So what are some of the aspects around it? So we just mentioned United Nations SDG 17 goals I just mentioned by 2030. We are talking about change the world for good. This particular presentation is specifically on responsible production consumption cycle, which is Agenda 12. And we are talking about recovery, reuse, and remanufacturing of products and materials and processes. Basically, what we are talking about is how we can devise certain things at source rather than going for EOL technologies or doing things at end of life technologies, options. So EOL things are what? Whatever waste we generate, whatever products we take back or recall, we do incineration, landfills, and so on and so on. But that is not an ecologically preferable option. The preferable option is product take back. Now, product take back concept came into existence in 2007 by a company called Motorola, which was been pioneer in bringing mobile technologies to us. I think if you remember, Nokia and Motorola were the two phones we were using early 2000s. And though they are not in the market, there are a lot of things which they actually gave as far as the compliances were concerned on WEEE side. So we will touch certain things on that. So what basically is EBM or ECM or EFM? So these acronyms basically means environmentally benign manufacturing, environmentally conscious manufacturing, or eco-friendly manufacturing. So all these are the terms today which we have been talking about, we've been using, but it has replaced some of the ambiguous terms like pollution prevention, waste minimization, environmental assessments, audits, and so on and so on. So as per United Nations Energy Program, EBM has been defined as continuous application of integrated preventive environmental strategy to products and processes to reduce the risk of human environment, as well as to take a very holistically life cycle approach to the products and processes. So it involves basically applying the know-how, how to improve the technologies, and moreover, on the larger scale, how to change the attitudes of manufacturers, the producers, and the systemic evaluation of manufacturing products and processes. So what we have to do here is that, suppose I did a case study which I am not showing here. So we did a case study on sand casting process. A startup company in Jamshedpur, and we created a current state map with a complete energy and mass map, and we figured out the junctions where the waste were happening, and wherever it was energy intensive or mass intensive, we try to reduce on that. So that's we talk about. So that's how he's applying know-how. So creating an inventory of energy, raw materials, and the amount of waste generated at each stages, at each junctions of the entire product life cycle, and include the strategies of 5 Rs is the way out. That is what I am trying to advocate. Now if you see, this is what we have been talking about. I think this slide was been meant for Kumar. He might come, but let me carry on. So what are cleaner technologies? Cleaner technologies, we are talking about technologies which will involve creation of lesser waste, using of the 5 Rs, especially we are talking about recycle and remanufacturing. So the production processes which are red, getting into green, sustainable manufacturing, avoiding the end of pipe approach, which actually involves huge investments, which are dead investments, or recurring investments, and for small and medium enterprises, this is highly unstable. Now, even if we do EOP approach, probably it is basically a transfer of pollutant from one medium to another. So basically there is the net environmental benefits are zero. I will not dwell more on that, but this has been proven, and basically it increases the risk to human health and environment. So sustainable livelihoods through recycling. I think Kumar, this was your slide. I just completed the last one.
I'm so sorry. So when we talk about, when we talk about recycling, upcycling, these are terminologies that are used very much in the area of sustainable sector. Now, whatever I have put up here is something that has actually taken place in this university. Ladies and gentlemen, if I were to tell you that we have India's biggest business incubation center inside our university, and what I have put up here is what we have physically seen. So if you look at the reuse of plastic bottles, one of the biggest contributors to the degradation of the environment, plastic fibers. Plastic fibers being used for ropes, being used for clothing, for use in bags and hats is something that is practically possible. What we're trying to showcase here is what we throw can be reused for a better purpose. It can be positioned across very differently also. If you look at, this is something I'm sure many of you, the younger generation, would be doing also. Plastic bottles, and you use it for using it as a flower vase or using it as pen holders. If you look at the Tetra packs that we throw, आप fruity पी लेते हो, फेंक देते हो fruity का pack. The same fruity packs can be used, can be redesigned. These Tetra packs are something that have been used and done by other younger generation people like you inside our TBI, and that has been sold pretty well also. We will definitely invite each one of you who's not from KIT to have a look at our Business Incubation Center here. If you're talking about, certain times, some clothes you dispose of, you throw off. I'm sure this is something which the younger generation might laugh at me, but when you talk about those typical Phata jeans, yeah, I saw some younger generation that, hey, aise kya bol raha hai? Right? When I'm sure when we were in college, if there was a small cut somewhere, we used to discard it. But now that's become fashion. Do you know the origin of these Phata jeans that has become a fashion today? Look up any of the marketing stories and they'll tell you it all started with the concept that one gentleman thought that what if I design it, and this guy was a designer himself. A designer positioning it as this is something which can be a fashion has actually become a fashion today. Whereas I'm sure Dr. Singh and me, when we were studying in our school days, we would throw off the jeans. The same to do with cloth also. You throw off your shirt because there's a stain on it. If I put some more colors on that and rechange the design of that shirt can tomorrow be sold across as a premium product. This is just a few examples that we are trying to tell you. What we are trying to talk about is, this is something which is very much in the vogue. Most of the metros, most of the houses, most of us, who are sitting out here, in our houses also get planters. And these designer planters are nothing but those that are used from typically reusable, recycled plastic. If you look at pyrolysis as a process, right, when we talk about recycling plastic waste into crude oil, what we are trying to bring in here is that there is a positive side to the environmental degradation also. If you use manufacturers using chemical recycling to make nylon, and look at the side effect of it also, they use the gas that is generated from this to create energy. Something that we would discard off is now used for positive purposes also. And if you look at the first, whatever we talked about, plastic fibers, reusable Tetra packs, cloth woven, these are something that can be done by women at home. It can be done even in cottage industries also. And it will provide a sustainable means of livelihood. Now look at all these three things. It can be done by the women, it can be done at home, it can be done one is a literate woman, other is an illiterate woman also in the villages. If we can get them to do something and create a sustainable means of livelihood for them, we are not just contributing to adding to environmental protection, but we are also creating a sustainable means of livelihood for them. Very much in sync with the United Nations SDGs that we are talking about.
Thank you, Kumar. So, what basically meant by product take back and how we have been defining it. So, I'll just take you through some of the slides, but a little bit faster because of the paucity of the time. So, product take back and product remanufacturing or demanufacturing are the tandem operations been performed one after another, or maybe also dovetailed depending upon the situation. But as you can see here, it is basically involving a concept called as DFX tech. Now here X is a variable where it can be substituted by anything. Now anything means here in this case it could be environment, it could be ecology, it could be disassembly, it could be assembly. So design for disassembly, let's say. Let me give you a small example. You might have seen that there are different machines which we have been using in our life. So suppose there is a machine which uses a motor, and normally a motor is a moving part or a moving component. So there is more likelihood that the motor windings may get burned, there might be some short circuits and some problems might happen. Now if you are a designer, if you are designing that machine, it could be a washing machine or anything else which we are using in our household. Suppose that particular component which has got a tendency of getting malfunctioned and needs replacement and repair frequently, is been positioned in the machine in such a fashion that the removal of that is difficult as per the design. It means that while designing the product, the designer has not involved the concept of design for disassembly properly, keeping that in mind. So that is one example. So similarly, this X can be substituted for any other variable for which the products can be designed. Now when you are designing a product or a process, you are designing for certain attributes and aspects. The intended use of the product has to be put into picture. Now there could be hundreds of intended uses, but you need to prioritize this. And let's say if you are talking about environment, then the environment comes as the pecking order first in that priority, and it has to be designed for environment. And in that case, if you take design for environment as an upstream activity, the rest of the entire activities in the entire product life cycle will fall in place accordingly. And that is what is the essence, what we are going to see in the next of the slides.
Requesting sir to complete it within 1 or
2
2 minutes.
2 minutes, okay. It will take 2 minutes to show the slides, okay. So these are the different facets of product take back. Essentially it has got 6 processes or sub-processes involved. These are some of the facets based on which the entire product take back process can be designed. There are certain challenges, legal, economic, product, organizational based, technical and business. Technical are important. So it talks about what state the product is in, what is the best way to take it from the last user, and what is the best way to disassemble or disseminate it. These are some of the important facets which need to be captured while designing the entire product take back. And once you have brought it to the disassembly stage, probably how you are going to go for remanufacturing, which essentially involves 3 areas. And it is basically helping you on the concept of circular economy rather than one-way perception of economy. The concept of remanufacturing is basically that the product which has been either remanufactured or replaced or refurbished, it must at least meet or exceed the standards of newly manufactured product. That is the concept. I'm again not taking deeper into that. I talked about DFX. So this is what I'm talking about. It could be transportation, it could be cleaning, inspection, or anything else. So that has to be brought into picture. The first step is inspection, which we have been doing in industry, but here it is also a part of that. Then there are certain product properties which can be captured and it can be brought. And everything can be done also on a platform, on PLM tools. Then second is the cleaning. So we can do virtually, we can see this and we can implement it. Post cleaning, we can go for disassembly. Again, it involves certain product properties that has to be kept in matrix. And we can have certain tools. So I'm just showing a very basic tool here. There could be a lot of tools involved here, but this is one is known as Pro-Emp matrix. So it's basically remanufacturing product matrix. From that the name has been given. So you can see here, I have only talked about inspection, cleaning, disassembly, which are shown as the verticals here, but there are other areas like storage, repair, assembly and testing, which I am not talking about. So such areas can be seen, can be correlated, and a kind of a house of quality can be created here, and the voice of the product can be reflected while designing the systems. There are many other tools also. Again, I'm not talking on detail, but these all tools are practiced in total, and we have been doing this. I was been part personally at UNDP, one of the centers which was, there were 2 centers existing, one was at Bangalore, another was at Surat. And if you actually browse through the history of Surat, you will find out it used to be one of the most polluted city in the globe, went on to become one of the most cleaned city of the globe right now. Now, it was like a movement, it was like a mass movement where a lot of people actually, so I visited Surat several times during those implementation of projects, and we've been responsible for some of those audits, doing those kind of stuff. But before you do or plunge into such kind of tech consultancies, you need to have a complete clear and a big map and a big picture of the entire product and process, which comes with the knowledge of the entire end-to-end activities. Okay, so we'll come to conclusion, sir, with your permission. Here I will just like to say there is one very interesting concept here which I have mentioned here, which is known as PPP. Now PPP is what is known as polluter's pay principle. So basically it means that, so suppose if I'm taking a mobile, I don't know how many of you might be doing the defragmentation of the price associated with the mobile. So today, every mobile manufacturer or really every electronic equipment manufacturer has to factor a pricing based on the kind of pollution that particular component is going to create. So basically, अगर मेरा 1 लाख रुपए का iPhone है उसमें कुछ percentage goes into the form of polluters pay principle, which has already been prepaid by the existing user. These are the concept which has been followed, and we have been following it, but not with lot many other activities which we are doing day in, day out. So coming to the conclusion part, which is the last slide, sir, with your permission. So the first two things I highlighted, that if you are really thinking of achieving sustainable development goals by 2030, and if you are talking about SD12, which talks about circular economy, that is responsible production and consumption, is a huge, huge area. But in that case, we have to talk about green manufacturing. We have to talk about green manufacturing, then we have to talk about remanufacturing and demanufacturing, and we have to talk about all the strategies associated with it. We have to replace the mindset of end of pipe by at source things. And if we can able to do that, probably we can reduce the stress which we are putting on our Mother Earth. And I think there are a lot of case studies. If you can browse on the Google, you'll find out. Over to you, Kumar, the last part, the market positioning part.
And to in fact close in a fact where we're talking about all these stuff, but it has become something which is more of fashion, more in vogue, more in demand. If we position those products as niche products, these are very, very different. People are ready to pay a premium for these products also. It's all about the marketing communication that I send out. It's all about how I position it across in the advertisement. It is how I get people to endorse my products also. Similarly, if you talk about if you look at the positioning pitch as saying that these are environmental, pollution-free, environment-friendly products, you and me as consumers will go across and buy those products rather than looking at a product which has certain other effects also.
So this is a preamble. And why this preamble? Because let me tell you very frankly, till date, I don't find a very deep level research in this area happening even in India in any of the universities. There could be a lot of things happening. We are talking about waste circles, we have been talking about waste minimization things. So many things are happening, but a very deeper level R&D is not happening, probably. Which, deeper level means you can look into some of the articles published by MIT, some of the professors. The way they have dealt into creating the big picture current state map of the entire energy and the mass consumption of any particular process. This is a very tough thing, but probably those are the things happening on the west side. So, over to you, Kumar, for the preamble part. Last thing, sir.
And I think all of you would have heard at least a song. I'm not going to sing because obviously I don't have that voice, but a very old time song which talks about Ek din mit jayenge mati ke mor. If you look at that, how true were these people? Because we come from this earth and end of it we go down there also. So it's our duty, it's our moral responsibility to ensure that we contribute towards saving Mother Earth. It's our duty to ensure, and that's what we've tried to put up here. Living with nature and living naturally is better than living artificially against nature. That's precisely what we have been doing. And each tiny element of our body belongs to Mother Earth. We go back there after our death, and hence we must take care of each and every particle around us and respect the entity, the environment around us. Protecting environment while we are alive is nothing but protecting ourselves, and that should be the preamble that all of us should live with.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir, for the wonderful session and the nice presentation. I would like to invite only one or two questions from the audience side. Please.
One of your slides, you mentioned that, one slide you mentioned that you can extract oil from plastic, is it true?
It is, sir. There is a manufacturing process where we can extract crude oil from the reused plastic processes.
No, I know it, but the question is whether the key is doing that.
No. We don't say we've been doing all this, sir.
Okay, so the second question is that if you can identify the company,
sir,
after taking out the oil, there will be residue?
There is a residue, sir.
So what is happening to the residue?
So if I'll send across this particular link to you. So they work on the residual parts also. Some of it is even converted into fertilizer. Some of it is also used for, it's not exactly a B2B process, but that component is also used into our manufacturing processes. So I'll send the link. There are N number of users available.
So one of the application, if you see, sir, if you go to Rajasthan probably, there are a lot of research happening in IIT Kanpur in that area. So Jatropha oil cultivation, the kind of fertilizers they require, Most of the research.
Jatropha I am not telling you, I am telling plastic.
Plastic.
So
I'm saying cultivation for that.
Okay, that's
fertilizer for this in Rajasthan.
Jatropha, our IMT also did some work on getting out.
Yeah.
So that is known for decades, I think more than that probably. But question is coming that plastic. You know that some company they can take out oil. Even our East Coast Railway one unit is there. That it is there. They can take out the oil, but it is not functioning properly.
There's something happening at Jamshedpur with Tata Groups as
okay,
well.
that is there, but whether after taking out the oil, crude oil, so what then you can distill it further to make it a proper way, that is a different issue. Second thing, whatever residue is there is basically carbon.
It's basically carbon.
So I want that carbon, so I can convert it to high value product like graphene or maybe CNT.
Yeah.
So I mean, somebody can provide me those things.
Ashok.
I'm very happy with you.
Thank you, sir, for your nice suggestion and discussion. Okay.
So sir wants to have a dialogue with you. After this, you must sit with sir.
We'll summarize, sir. We'll discuss with each other as far as the...
something else.
Sure. So
and as far as you told about the KIT University, as far as the sustainable manufacturing is concerned, so we are working, a group of faculty member researchers are working on the sustainable manufacturing with the help of Jatropha oil that we are talking about, coconut oil, lard oils and mineral oils.
But that is separate. What
Okay.
sir has shown interest while I was having a lunch with sir. Sir wants
Plastics,
to work
okay.
very closely with you probably and
Yeah.
your team in the area of cutting tools. Okay.
Yeah.
So you must sit with sir. Yeah.
Now, cutting tools application, that area also we are working, a very good dedicated team. Yeah. Yeah. With the different varieties of the cutting tool, like PVD coated or CVD coated, or exactly I am talking about. Thank you. Thank you, sir, for your nice suggestion.
First of
Any
all,
question?
very good afternoon, sir. My question to you is like, as we all discuss about how plastic is harmful for the society, but we can consider it as a slogan that plastic is a necessary evil in the society. We can't live without plastic. Talking about from packages of milk to carrying our snacks from one place to another, we need plastic.
You use toothbrush?
Yes, sir.
It's made of which material?
Plastic.
I've been using a toothbrush made of wooden material.
Yes, sir, but we can't find replacement
So what I'm trying to
for every
say,
single thing,
see
no,
the
sir.
problem is, unconsciously, I think Professor Kumar mentioned that, consciously, unconsciously, we have been, we have been using it and we have been advocating it by using it. I just bumped against this toothbrush sometime. And I said, ye lakdi ka hai, and I just brought it. My wife has been quarreling with me, ki, bhai, mere liye kyun nahi laya? I'm not finding it in the market.
Yes.
But what an innovation. A small thing, but it is a leap forward.
Yes, sir, but the moment we discover this thing that, yeah, this thing can be replaced with something really useful from the society, like as you told about the toothbrush made up of wood, the neem stick and everything. But sir, we can't find the replacement for every single thing, no, sir.
Can I ask you a question? See, we talked about this, plastic bags.
Yes, sir.
I'm sure when we go to the stores also, we say,
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
But can we not ask to get paper manufacturing?
Yes, sir, but there are materials which can't.
I'm just giving you examples.
So what do you want to say? Plastics
I mean, sir,
should be
what
used
should
or
be
should
the
not be
immediate
used?
step to be taken? Like, if we consider this thing is going to take some time to get into somebody's mind, the society's mind.
Exactly.
We can take the example of the pad packets, the sanitary napkins.
Exactly. So
yes,
see, is a human nature. We will always tend to take shortcuts.
Yes.
We will always tend to buy items which are cheaper. Cheaper, I mean to say, I will compare. एक लकड़ी का टूथब्रश अगर 100 रुपए का आएगा, प्लास्टिक का 20 रुपए मिल रहा है, मैं प्लास्टिक का 5 लेके आ जाता हूँ. So we never give a thought. See, मैं एक आपको मजेदार चीज बताता हूँ. I don't know. With your permission.
Ma'am,
So
can we discuss after the session is over, because another two presentations is going ahead.
If you are interested,
We'll
you can take
discuss.
my email ID, phone number is there on the website. You can always, because I've been.
Okay.
नहीं, मैं कुछ और बता रहा था मैम. मैं बता रहा था. See, we have been talking about carbon footprints, right? So, for example, हम CDM projects का बात करते हैं, clean development mechanisms, and we say that okay, if we save carbon, if we less emit, probably we'll have carbon
credits getting saved, converted in the form of dollars, which we can sell in the international market. Okay. Now, this can be personalized to the extent that how much carbon footprint I am using. For example, मेरी 50 साल एज हो गई है, इस 50 साल में मैंने ऐसा क्या क्या किया जिसमें मैंने कितना कार्बन इस्तेमाल किया और छोड़ा है मार्केट में. So individually कार्बन फुटप्रिंट, कार्बन कैलकुलेटर बनाया जा सकता है और हमारा कार्बन फुटप्रिंट के हिसाब से हमको गवर्नमेंट का एक डायरेक्शन, एक डायरेक्टिव्स होना चाहिए कंप्लायंस का कि आप इतना कार्बन इस्तेमाल कर सकते हैं अपने पूरे जिंदगी में, मतलब जीवन में, और अगर इसके ऊपर इस्तेमाल करेंगे तो यू हैव टू पे द पेनल्टी इंडिविजुअल लेवल पे. सो वी हैव गॉट कार्बन रिपोर्ट कार्ड्स, राइट. सो इससे क्या होगा, सपोज 10 साल पहले आई वाज हैविंग वन लेदर शू, today I am having 10 pairs of it. Now these all leather shoes will have some carbon footprint, or the shoes which I am using it. So it's all about production and consumption. That is what we are talking about. Consciously how much you are consuming, how much you are producing. I don't know how many of you know about, we are, let's say India, our population is close to 30% of the world population, 25 to 30 ke beech mein. We consume only 2% of the global resources. US, don't take me otherwise, if anybody is there from that country, they are only less than 5% of the world's population. They consume almost 25% to 30% of the world's global resources.
Okay, we'll conclude, sir.
Do you understand? So, but this is a very interesting area. If you are interested, we can work on those areas and you can join us. I mean, we can.
Ashok sir, 5 seconds. You asked what is the solution? It is you. When I say you, the younger generation, who can bring about the change. It's you who can bring the change, lead the change, and make your parents to also realize, right? So
वो समय आएगा,
the solution.
वो दिन दूर नहीं है. 10 साल 20 साल बाद जब आपके कार्बन रिपोर्ट कार्ड्स होंगे, आपके सारी चीजें उसी पे निर्धारित होगी कि आप कितना कंज्यूम कर रहे हो और कितना कार्बन छोड़ रहे हो. Because there is no plan B, there is no planet B. We have to understand this, and it is a fact. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Moving ahead to the next session or next presentation. So our second presenter is Dr. Anirban Bandyopadhyay, Associate Professor, Kalinga Institute of Social Science. Dr. Anirban Bandyopadhyay specializes in social history of modern South Asia. His research and teaching revolve around caste, identity politics, public culture, and politics of protest and recognition. So he will be speaking on sustainable development through women empowerment, the KISS model, a case study. Please welcome Dr. Anirban Bandyopadhyay sir, along with Sanghamitra madam from the KISS. Sir, please continue.
Stick with time, sir. 15 minutes.
Thank you, sir. We'll be by and large on time. But my presentation is in an email which you have to open, sir. वही problem है. I have to. That's the problem. So please bear with me for a moment. Thank you. Sorry for the delay. I think in keeping with the spirit of the occasion, I let Sanghamitra start because she wants to connect it and she will connect it with the previous presentation. I'm Anirban, this is Sanghamitra. Yeah.
Good afternoon everyone. I'm Sanghamitra, Deputy Director, Peace Projects. We are basically here to not change but to reshape the perception
It's mostly over
and
there.
the mindset towards women. Reshape the perception. So our presentation is here, and I will request Anirban, and after that I will, wherever it is necessary, I will connect. But I will thanks Shah, Saranjit sir and Kumar sir for their presentation. It was an eye-opener for me. Many technical terms I couldn't understand, but what I remembered here is an economy of scale and economy of scope. Maybe here you will get the economy of scope, and the my sister who was asking the question about the society, how we will completely combat it or completely end the use of plastic. It is three things in developmental term. I think everyone can relate. It is, we say it is CAP. Now also it has again changed, but very simply, it is knowledge, attitude and practice. You got knowledge from here, then you have to build an attitude first to reject the plastic wherever you can. Then you slowly adopt practices. We all are human beings. And plastic also एक साथ में नहीं आया था ना, एक एक करके आया था ना, तो जाएगा भी ऐसे ही. Thank you. I will.
Thank you, Sangamitra. So I was informed about this this conference only 3 days ago. My VC said there's a major conference happening in 3 days' time, and I want somebody to represent KISS and the social sciences perspective, because I was speaking to the organizers, and it seemed there's a bit of a dampening on the social sciences participation, especially when one of the organizers is a social sciences institution. But then it's not really a question of filling in a gap. It's more a question of offering a complementary point of view. So we put together a case study, really, of a project that Sangamitra heads. I went straight away to Sangamitra and learn about the project. We were trying to situate this project in the context of what we call sustainable development through women empowerment, by means of studying the details of this project, the kind of work that they have been doing, and the kind of transformation, active, fundamental transformation that they have been able to achieve in as small a period as the last 6 months to a year, which she'll get into detail. But let me first take you through a bit of a background. My presentation is set online, so I'd request you to press for that. Yes. So this is the challenge of this conference. How do we combine contemporary technologies engineered by various branches of science to women's empowerment, which is critical to long-term economic growth, social development, and sustainability in environment? And we get to a case study. Next, please. So where this presentation intervenes is this: it offers a social sciences perspective about change, and it asks a very simple question: how does change occur through technology? And one of the answers it suggests is that technology delivery or adoption can be more successfully mediated by agencies or professionals earlier trained with experience with the cultural and social worlds of the targeted beneficiaries. So technology, change in behavior, and the institutions training or encouraging the changes in behavior is where KISS fits in. So it's plastics or abandoning plastics, Professor Singh and you in between. KISS plays that role of intermediary, which encourages adoption of certain forms of technology, by which we do not necessarily mean high-end, contemporary, cutting-edge, advanced scientific technology. Please, let's not get into that mode right now. Next slide, please. So that's really quick. This is a synergy between SDG goal 5 and the project that we are looking at. We need gender equality, economic development and sustainable environment at the same time, because earlier, and this is from UNDP paper 2013, and it calls powerful synergies in the name of these convergences. Next. This is exactly what they're looking at. Substantial progress had been made on certain goals, certain targets, but not on questions of persistent inequality, environmental degradation, and certain economic crisis. So there was call for an intersectional focus on these counts. Next, please. I'll skip that for the sake of time. Let's go to the next slide. This is where KISS comes in. It teams up with TriFed and MSME, Ministry of Small and Medium Enterprises. The goal was to train 5 crore tribal entrepreneurs. The scheme Bandhan Yojana. It starts in 28 states, 3.6 lakhs beneficiaries. KISS was one of the knowledge partners, and this starts end of 2020. I'll come to that. So next slide, please. This is the objective of Bandhan Yojana. You can see it on screen, but primarily empowering the indigenous communities, particularly women, in fact, specifically women, we'll come to that, not men at all involved here. In fact, one of the things I asked Sanghamitra, I think I'll later explain that, why and how does it become a woman-only project, Bandhan Yojana, in case of KISS? How does it become a woman-only project? You said they were...
Yes, the project Bandhan maybe defines Bandhan. जंगल और संपत्ति ओडिया रे वन का धन आप बोल सकते हैं. This forest produces. Though it's only women, this program has not discriminated. It's not for men or women. It is for already SSG groups, and by default, in almost every state, and in Odisha, since we are in Odisha, all SSGs. There are collectives, main collectives, but there are farmer producer group, there are other groups. But you all must be knowing that this self-help group, SSG, Mission Shakti and OLM, you must have. So it is all led by women. And that we have taken this Bandhan group also constitutes, this Bandhan group constitutes collective of SSGs. One Bandhan cluster, there are 30 SSG groups are included, means 300 members constitute one Bandhan cluster.
Okay. Right, so you have a look now on the 10 components of the training which were provided to the members of these Bandhan groups and kendras. Now this clearly focuses on technology. Look at 4 in particular, product positioning, which involves grading, sorting, branding, packaging, and product certifications. Look at also on locally available NTFP-based business opportunity identification. 7, good manufacturing practice, TQC, hygiene operation management, and profitability. Business strategy and growth, digital literacy, leveraging IT, achievement motivation, and positive psychology. These were some of the components. The detailed course content is, of course, not to be discussed here.
All the women's scenes are going to be the first generation entrepreneurs. So they are right now they are only gatherers. They gather forest producers and sell. So that's how in SSG they work. A little bit livelihood program, whether it is farm or non-farm. But now government is giving focus to the tribal who are really lag behind. When we are talking about a world of something sir told, Kumar sir is not there, world of plenty. But there we cannot say that world of plenty. Resources are available, but they are not, they are still living in hard to reach area where we cannot also access them. So for them, this program is a highly technical program, so they are the first generation entrepreneur.
Right, I skipped a few slides. I'll go straight to the national launch of the project in December 2020. But do note that VDVK batches were attended physically in their locations. So I asked Sangamitra why this, and there's an answer. If you go to the next slide, she gave me this answer. Next slide, please. Why ESTP trainings were given on location? They were hard to reach areas, and many participants did not have good enough equipment, and women, she said, would be distracted by domestic chores at home. Even if we were to make it available through Zoom or Google Meet, in any case, they would not be able to access it. But even if they were able to access it, there'd be somebody else, maybe the husband, maybe the son, maybe somebody else in the family demanding her attention. So that was out of question. It was a great risk that they took, and it has come off beautifully, which we'll look at in the next few slides. That's some of the photos of the training in action. So demonstration, once again, was another reason why hands-on training was absolutely necessary. It simply could not be done. Packaging, positioning, profit, loss, value addition, and that sort of subject to first generation learners and first generation entrepreneurs simply could not be transmitted through an online medium or a virtual medium. So it had to be done on the spot. All of this happened late 2021, throughout 2021 really. Sangamitra led the project since mid 2021. And it's still ongoing, and we'll come to the results very soon. Next, please. So this is some of the photos of the demonstrations and trainings happening. Let's move. And those are the methods that the trainers used, showing them movies, group activities, and of course, participating in conversations. So shall we move to the next ones? Yeah. Now, exposure visit was, what are exposure visits really? So,
once again, I will go back to that, that they are first generation entrepreneurs, so they need witness, eyewitness. In their area, there are few cooperatives or few individuals has made successful entrepreneurs by taking their resources. So what we are doing, we are making a visit, arranging a visit for them, because they don't believe that they can become entrepreneur. They feel that they will stitch a sal leaf and evening how they will earn 20 rupees. They are not at all into entrepreneurial mind or commercial mind. So we are injecting them by showing those factories and other business people who are locally based there, or else if we will bring them to Bhubaneswar or any area, they will again not believe. So we are arranging some exposure visit, and it is exactly, it happened during Corona. It was during COVID, lockdown was there, but somehow we could arrange for every cluster exposure visits.
That's the kind of technology we are talking about really. It's not cutting edge technology. The point is not technology production, but technology adoption. People taking to using forms of technology. So you have instruments which help them make plates from leaves on the left, and looms which help them transform. And I'll show you the photos. Let's talk through photos now, since we're running out of time. So that's the transformation that happens. I actually originally named it the 35 to 110 slide. That's the kind of price they used to get for that rice, 35 rupee a kilo. And now Sangamitra tells me they get 110 a kilo with the training. That's the kind of transformation that was possible within as little a period as 6 months. That's called impact. Next. Now look at these impacts, what loom does to the sabai grasses and the products, again, in a matter of months. Next.
You can see that earlier they are doing in hand all, but now some machine also.
That's technology adoption. And all within a span of a few months, right? Next. That's it. So have a look at this before and after photos. Next, we have 3 or 4 of them. That's the kind of change, really. Right ahead. And I think at the end, yes, we are done, sir. There's this video that will probably play for a minute.
Yeah,
or so.
yeah. This video is interesting,
It
and
kind of sums
you
it
may
up.
get many answers.
It will play it for a minute or so, and then half a second. Yeah. No, it will play on its own. Oh, there's some problem with the sound. Sound was problem. Herbal colors.
पवित्र होली पर्व रे फगु बा रंग खेलर गोटे नियारा परंपरा भारतवर्षर सबु भागरे देखिबाकू मिले। एही फगु बा रंग अनेक लोकंक जीवन जीविका को बहुत प्रभावित करिथाय एवं आजी एही रंगर गोटे बड़ धरणर बजार मध्य देखिबाकू मिले। किंतु बजारे मिलुथिबा रंग अनेक रासायनिक पदार्थ रे तयारी जहाँकि अनेकांशरे हानिकारक। रासायनिक रंग बदल रे प्राकृतिक रंगर व्यवहार उभय प्राणी और परिवेश पई उपयोगी हेबा सह एहार चाहिदा मध्य दिनकु दिन बढ़ुछि। एणु मयूरभंज जिलार भीतर पाखरे अवस्थित लुगुबुरु वनधन विकास केन्द्रर सभ्या माने प्रस्तुत करिसेंती प्राकृतिक रंग जहाँकि प्रकृतिर रंग एवं प्रकृतरे रंग। स्वतंत्र भावरे आदिवासी परंपरारु एवं प्रकृतिरु मिलुथिबा संपद जेमतिकि विभिन्न रंगर माटी फूल और पत्र को व्यवहार करी बिना रासायनिक मिश्रण रे भिन्न भिन्न रंगर फगु प्रस्तुत करा जाय सुंदर भावरे पैकेजिंग करा जाउछि।
तोला पूर्णिमा रे फगु खेल होय फगु अर्थात अबीर खेल होय सेही अबीर से माने माटी रू प्रस्तुत।
Thank you, sir and madam, for the beautiful presentation.
Sir, 1 minute just to say, because it will not complete if I will not explain. And by the just this program we are executing since 1.5 years, just 1.5 years, and we could see that 2 VDVKs are now popular in Europe for this product of savai gas and red hand polished rice. And third thing, from this VDVK, we are really working with directly 4,000 women, and 2,000 women already we have completed training, and we could see that 10% of our women are participated in this panchayat elections. So here I want to make a point that women and girls participation in decision making will allow us, will facilitate us to fight against climate change also. Climate change I am talking about, because the packet, you see the plate are biodegradable. But yes, we cannot replace fully. But now you could have seen that rice packet, it is also biodegradable. But the achar bottle is still not. We are also searching, we are also doing innovations and searching also alternatives. So expanding women's access to the productive resources will definitely increase the yielding of agriculture and also the food security and also fight against climate change. That's all.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So I'd like to request 1 or 2 questions, if anything. Yeah.
Thank you very much, and I also congratulate you. KISS is known for all over world, also known for its social intervention activities. So, couple of questions regarding your the development of entrepreneurial skills, what you are promoting to the tribal people welfare. So, as you rightly told that it had been to Europe, many of your products. So, in that context, have you tried for GI tagging of those lines which you have that Orija, Sativa, rice you have actually giving it? Yeah, but FSSI is in product guidelines, but GI tagging as well as the products, what the intellectual property of some of the Savai ghas, what I come to know. This is very much indigenized to this particular place. Once it go to the foreign market, then every chance that the intellectual property of our tribal community, they go away. So that need to be taken care of once this type of product goes to the foreign market.
That's good.
Thank you, sir.
Nice.
I should tell one thing. I think we forgot to mention. We are doing this project with TriFed. They are very responsible government under Ministry of Tribal Affairs. They are taking care of everything. GI, but slowly we are moving. Now they
TriFed, basically tribal products they are promoting.
No, yes, sir.
But my question is that is it attached to some GI tagging or
yes,
intellectual
sir,
property
I'm coming
domain?
to your point, sir. I'm coming to your point. We have just talked everything about tribal people. These collectives are specially tribal collectives, no other collectives. For that, it is Bandhan. Earlier, SSG was there. Why again Bandhan? Bandhan is only focusing tribal people. So I have also told you that it is forest-based resources generally. But now they have added craft and agriculture also into it to give them round the year business. Because in only forest produce, they will get seasonal business. And for your point, GI tag, yes, that all VTPK needs to apply. Once they will reach one stage, they have to apply certain things. Now they are in FSSI and all this tag marking, and they have applied also in GI. No, it's sir, another thing, this is only the training partner. Other partners, mentor partners are there, technical partners, IITs. It is integrated and they will take care of intellectual property because it is very much indigenous, and then what you told that has been taken care very carefully. If you will Google also, you will get how they will go.
The point Chandrasekhar wants to make is that it's not part of thesis remit as yet. It can be explored as we
Because the purpose of telling you is that Tropical Horticulture Research Institute of Kerala, Trivandrum, they have produced a very good formulation from the tribal knowledge of some Kani tribes of, if you Google it. So as per Convention of Biological Diversity prototype, they have given actually royalty, whatever the royalty they have given, 50% of the royalty has been shared.
So IPR activities should be adopted.
Excellent example of equitable benefit sharing of the bioproducts.
Exactly.
So that to be taken care of.
Thank you for the suggestion.
Once you go to public domain, probably you won't get IP right.
Yeah.
So that you should be careful. Once it goes to public domain, you can never get IP right. That you must be aware of that. Since you are putting the public domain, so I don't think you get IP. Shake that, probably yes, but then sorry, Savai can be so put it anyway, not necessarily the particular area.
Yes,
so
it's a West Bengal.
Okay.
So look into this aspect.
But it is a looming.
Google. Okay. Yeah. First put IPA. Yeah. Just like the paper, you first file it as a patent, then you publish it. Not that.
Sir, it is the BTPK which is a body. They are taking care, and the mentors are there already. Yes.
Yeah.
So, sure.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. We will conclude this session. Okay. Moving ahead. Thank you very much. So moving ahead to the third presentation. Our third presenter is Dr. Chandrasekhar Mahanti, madam, who is the co-coordinator and assistant professor, Department of Biology, KIT deemed to be University. Dr. Mahanti has 5 years of postgraduate teaching experience in biotechnology and life science, and more than 8 years of post-PhD extensive research experience. Her research areas interest are medicinal approach for cancer therapy and tissue engineering. She will be speaking on mesenchymal stem cell based topical formulation for in vivo diabetic wound healing. Please welcome Dr. Chandrasekhar Mahanti, madam. Madam, please continue.
Thank you, Professor A.K. Sau, for nice introduction. Good evening to one and all present over here, respected dignitaries present over here, and dear participants, delegates, and ladies and gentlemen. So I, Dr. Chandrasekhar Mahanti from Department of Biology from School of Applied Science, KIT University. So the topic what ISCA has chosen this year, that is quite interesting and fascinating, that is the sustainable development with women empowerment. So being a woman scientist, being a woman researcher, being a woman academician, so I am feeling very much privileged to be the part of this forum, to be in the platform and to discuss what I did in my research area. So at the outset, I giving sincere gratitude to the organizing committee, most particularly Parasar Madam, for giving me the opportunity to stand before you and to share a few of my research of my domain. So I should not carry it away towards the women empowerment. I should confine my topic to my research area. So today I am going to say about the stem cell based topical formulation for in vivo diabetic wound healing. So before going to the subject, we should know what is wound healing, what is pore and chronic wound healing. All of us are knowing that skin is the largest organ of our body. And this is the anatomy of the skin, outer epidermis, dermis and the hypodermis. And it is a protective barrier of our body. And if by any chance, by injury, if the protective barrier is lost, then our internal environment, it will be exposed to the outer environment. And after that, there will be the onset of a physiological process, homeostasis process, that we are saying the healing process after the wounding. So the wound healing, if you will see, it is having three interconnected, three consecutive process. So first process is homeostasis inflammation, second is proliferative stage, and third is the remodeling stage. So this is not means consecutive in all the time, but in severe pathophysiological condition, so this consecutive process, it will be not means consecutive, rather the wound is locked in a inflammation stage or the inflammatory phase. So that leads to chronic wound healing. And it is the major hallmarks in many diseases like diabetics and circulatory disease of vein and the arteries. So let us know what are the factors that delaying the wound healing. So factors affecting the chronic wounds are age of patient, types of wound, infection, chronic disease, poor nutrition, lack of hydration, edema, poor blood circulation. So out of these, infection is the major problem or the major hindrance for the proper progression of the healing process, so that the wounds are locked in the inflammatory phases. So this is the schematic diagram. So how the normal wound healing takes place. So where there will be normal means activation of the NF-kappa B pathway, but however in the chronic wound case, so there will be activation of the NF-kappa B pathway that leads to production of various cytokines, and that will lead to the locking of the wound in the inflammatory phases. So let us know what are the current treatment modality for chronic wound. So if we will talk about that, three modalities are there for treatment of the chronic wound. First is dressing-free therapy, skin grafting and dressing therapy. So in dressing-free therapy, many means under that many therapeutic modalities are there, that is extracellular vesicle administration, cell administration, bioactive compound, bilocal or bisystematic, and oxygen therapy, electrical stimulation, ultrasonics, ultrasound treatment, gene therapy, similarly skin grafting. And when we are talking about the dressing therapy, the researchers are formulating various types of topical formulations in the form of films, scaffolds, bioengineered skin equivalent, extracellular vesicles loaded dressing, and the stem cell loaded treatment dressing. So I have the interest on the stem cell loaded dressing. So when we are talking about the dressing materials, so whatever the dressing materials are available or the researchers are formulating, they are using various types of polymers. They may be natural polymers or they may be the synthetic polymers. So natural polymers are the chitosan, alginate, cellulose, and the synthetic polymers are PCl, PLA, PLGA, PVA, like that. And with that polymers, they are preparing various biomaterials for delivery of various bioactive compounds or various types of cells. So these are the nanoparticles, microparticles, films, foams, hydrogels, nanofibers. I have reviewed all the delivery systems, and also I have prepared the nanoparticles, scaffolds, microparticles, fibers, and I found that beside hydrogels, fibers are one of the most important delivery materials for the bioactive compound as well as the cells. So as we are preparing the biomaterials for the delivery of the cells, which cells we are going to deliver? That is the stem cells. So stem cells, these are called as the cellular medicine nowadays. When you are having the fever or any disease, we are taking the drugs that is made up of chemical things. But nowadays, doctors are recommending cellular therapy. Okay, so what that is the stem cells, and the stem cells are the unspecialized cells. According to the niche, according to the environment, it will differentiate into that related cells. If the liver will divide, it will give the liver cell. Kidney will divide, it will give the kidney cell. So if there is severe liver injury and your liver is not going to heal, so at that condition, if we will treat there with the stem cell, then the stem cells, it will differentiate into the liver cell. So according to the environment where you are transplanting, according to it will differentiate. So that process we are saying as the plasticity of the stem cells. So nowadays, so most of the therapeutic applications are there with the stem cells. So what are the sources of stem cells? First is bone marrow, adipose tissue, placenta, and umbilical cord. From there we can get the stem cells. The bone marrow, those who are non-vegetarian, they might have taken the chicken leg piece. So inside the leg piece you will find the spongy red tissue is there. So that is nothing but the stem cells. Similarly, adipose tissue, umbilical cord, the cord that joining the placenta and the newborn baby, that also contains the stem cells, and nowadays the parents are very much aware of that, and they are banking their stem cells also. In all the cities you will be getting the stem cell bank is there, so that in future if your baby will face any chronic disease with that stem cells, that can be utilized for therapeutic purposes, right? So that stem cells that can be taken, that can be isolated, that can be expanded in vitro condition, and that can be given to the patient in 3 modes: systemic treatment, topical treatment, or local injection. So as I am confining to the wound healing process, so topical administration is the best way for the wound healing process. So what are the limitations when we are administering the stem cells? So first is spore proliferation, low viability of the stem cells at the wounded site, the ROS and free radical formation in chronic wound, and low availability of growth factors and cytokines. These are the limitations for that when we are transplanting the stem cells, or in a therapeutic modality we are giving the stem cells not able to divide or viable, right? So with that background, we hypothesize to prepare a bandage. It consists of alginate chitosan, so that it will be supportive for the proliferation of the stem cells. And for a proliferation of stem cells, it requires also the growth factors. So here we want to conjugate the growth factors. So my hypothesis was to take the stem cells from the bone marrow, then culture it, then prepare the stem cells loaded your growth factors, curcumin bandage for topical formulation, and when it will be applied to the wounded site, then so in the wound area it will differentiate into the fibroblast cells, epidermal cells. So in this way, in a better way, it will heal the wound first. So this was my objective. I am not going through that. In this way, I have prepared the curcumin bandage. I have taken alginate chitosan and curcumin as the anti-inflammatory drugs I have taken, that is the natural, herbal drugs. and given the oleic acid for better solubilization of the curcumin, and in this way it was lyophilized, and in this way I have prepared the curcumin bandage. So after that my motto was to tag, to conjugate the growth factor so that it will be supportive for the growth of the stem cells. So what I did, I have taken the growth factor by the EDC NHS chemistry, I have activated the EGF, then I have treated with the curcumin bandage. Curcumin bandage, it contains the chitosan and it is having the amide group. So in this way it forms the amide bond, and I have prepared the growth factors EGF conjugated curcumin bandage. Then I went for the study whether the growth factor is conjugated to the bandage or not. So after that I did two experiments, that is one is ISCA study and the FTR study. In the first picture, because the pointer is not working, I cannot point. So in the first figure, here there is no conjugation of the EGF, so there is no nitrogen peak. And in the second figure, so there is a prominent N peak is there, that is due to the formation of amide bond. So that denotes that EGF is conjugated in the bandage. And the third picture is the FTR figure. So the lower one, it is showing a amide bond. Okay, so the prominent means the structure is there. So that is the marker peak. That is the peak for the amide bond, which is absent in the bandage, which is not conjugated with the EGF. So in this way we have concluded that EGF is conjugated in the bandage. Then after that, this is the photograph of the bandage. One is void bandage and another is the curcumin bandage. So after that, the second figure is the scanning electron microscopic figure of the bandage. Then third one is the atomic force microscopic figure of the bandage. And fourth one is the contact angle. So there I have seen that the bandage is porous, it is microporous in nature, and it is quite helpful for the your division, or you can say propagation or multiplication of the stem cells, and the oxygen transport facility will be good as because it is the porous. Then this is the FTR study where it denotes that curcumin is present inside the bandage, and the last one is the release profile of the growth factors from the bandage. And up to the 15 days of study we have seen, this is the ELISA process where we have done that up to 15 days of our study the EGF is released from the bandage in a sustained way. Then we went for the anti-inflammatory study. So before going to in vivo applications, so this is the mandatory things we have to check whether it is biocompatible, whether it is non-immunogenic, like that. So this is for non-immunogenic test we can say, and TNF alpha, these are the hallmark cytokines for your immunotoxicity. So here we have taken the LPS, this is the positive marker. So when the stem cells treated with LPS, it is giving more TNF alpha, control without any treatment, and the stem cells present in EGF curcumin bandage and stem cells present in the EGF void B bandage. So the cytokine release from the EGF core bandage is showing the same trend as the control cell is giving. So it is denoting that it is non-immunogenic. Then we went for in vitro biocompatibility evaluation. We did the MTT assay, first one. Second one is the live dead assay. Third one is the bandage with the stem cells seen under the scanning electron microscope. So in the MTT assay we did the 2D growth as well as the 3D growth. So here we have seen that when the stem cells are grown in EGF core B, so the stem cells shows better viability compared to others. And similarly, the green cells are the viable cells, red are the dead cells. Similarly, we have seen that when the stem cells grown over the EGF core bandage, it is showing good viability compared to the non-EGF bandage. And last one is the round structures are seen over the bandage that are nothing but the stem cells. So then next we went for the stemness study. So sometimes the researchers are saying that when they are transplanting the stem cells it it is not means getting the stemness property, means the differentiation ability, it is losing sometimes, right? So to study that, we have taken some stemness markers and we did in Western blot. So the stemness markers are OCT3, 4, SOX2 and nano. We found that the stem cells which are grown in the EGF core B bandage shows maximum this marker proteins. It shows that it is having the stemness properties. Then at the end, we went for the in vivo wound healing study. So there we have prepared a diabetic wound model of rat by giving the streptozotocin, and these are the treatment that is controlled. Only we have given the stem cells, MSC void B, MSC EGF void B, MSC curcumin bandage and MSC EGF curcumin bandage, and up to 12 days we have studied. In the 12 days we have seen that the rat treated with MSC EGF core bandage, it shows better wound healing response compared to other treatment. So it denotes that curcumin, the growth factor that we have taken, the EGF, epidermal growth factors, and the stem cells simultaneously play a crucial role in better diabetic wound healing. Then at the end, we did the histology and the immunohistochemical studies. So we have taken the tissue from the wounded area, then we have taken, prepared the sections, then we did the HE staining as well as the Mason trichome staining. Then for histology and for immunohistochemical study, we have treated the tissue sections with different antibody like alpha SMA, CD31, VWF and cytokeratin. And what it denotes that MSC EGF curcumin bandage combination therapy effectively promote the vascularization, epidermis formation, dermis remodeling on the diabetic wound healing. So this is the schematic diagram that denotes all about my research. So where I have prepared the bandage, I have conjugated the EGF, then I have loaded the stem cells, then I have checked the stemness properties of the stem cells by Western blotting. And after wound healing, I have seen that the MSC is differentiating into various types of cells that supports the better wound healing. And also we have seen that it is down-regulating the NF-kappa B pathway. In this way, it is inhibiting the inflammations. So all together, it is helpful for enhanced wound healing. So in this regards, the research is having various patents I am having. So Indian patents, the European patents, the USA patents and the Australian patents I have gathered. And this was the study I did when I was at ILS, and the technology has transferred to the Gola Pharmaceuticals, that is Jaipur. And this is the venue where the director Manju Sharma, the former director of secretary of your TBT is there. And this is the conclusion of my study. The study represents an investigation of MSC EGF core B and its therapeutic potential in dermal diabetic wound healing in a rat model. And the observed comprehensible result demonstrated that the bandage is stable, non-toxic, biocompatible platform for therapeutic stem cells delivery towards the better diabetic wound healing. And it is published in the Material Science and Engineering series.
Thank you. I'd like to invite one or two questions from the audience, if they want. Yeah.
Yes. With Dr. Sahu, I was working. So there I was working as the fast track scientist at ISCA. Dr. Chandrasekhar Mahanti. Sanjeev Kumar Sahu. Yes. Yes. European, Australian, US patent are there. So we have used the alginate and the chitosan. So it will cross link as because one is cationic and another is